Chapter 1650. Inside the white jade ice palace, Luo Hai sat on a chair, his hair tied up in a golden crown, a trace of excitement flashing across his eyes. Finally found you. Luo Hai was secretly excited in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He was a top master in the Second Order Origin King realm, one of the top masters in Star Territory, but he had been unable to do anything to a trivial Yang Kai. Not only had the latter managed to break through his blockade on Green Mountain Star, but he had even managed to escape his pursuit. If not for Luo Hai's patience, Yang Kai might have really escaped. Let's see where you can run now, Luo Hai thought excitedly. With his strength, there were not many things that could excite him, but the Origin Essence crystal left behind by the Monster King in the Blood Prison was something Luo Hai coveted, and the Emperor artifact on Yang Kai's body was also something Luo Hai coveted. The former could give him a chance to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm, while the latter could allow his strength to soar. Once he obtained these two treasures, Luo Hai was confident he would become the strongest master in Star Territory. At that time, no one in Star Territory would be able to compete with him. The key to this all lay with Yang Kai. Although Luo Hai concealed his expression well, Qihua and Luo Li were both Origin Kings, so they were naturally able to perceive the change in his expression. Chihua's expression changed as he wondered if this boy named Yang Kai really knew some great secret. Otherwise, why would Luo Hai be so interested in him? More than a year ago, Luo Hai had suddenly arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, causing Qihua to be very surprised. Immediately afterwards, Luo Hai had ordered Brilliant Flame Sect to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. Qihua had been curious at that time and had tried many times to find out why Luo Hai was looking for Yang Kai, but Luo Hai had refused to tell him the reason, leaving Qihua helpless. Luo Li also had a thoughtful look on her face, but the deep sadness on her face made her unable to think about it. This time, Luo Hai and Qihua had come with ill intentions. Soon, Yang Kai stepped into the Ice Palace. Inside the Ice Palace, in addition to the three Origin King Realm Masters, the other elders of Ice Heart Valley stood behind Luo Li, a dozen or so in total. Behind Luo Hai and Qihua stood a young man with a sallow complexion and weak vitality, the son of Brilliant Flame Sect Master, Wei Feng. At this moment, he was looking around excitedly, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. After seeing Su Yin, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an extremely excited expression, like a vicious dog that had seen an extremely delicious meal, saliva dripping from his mouth. However, when he saw Su Yin holding hands with Yang Kai in an intimate manner, his face couldn't help but sink as he glared at Yang Kai, hatred and anger flashing across his eyes. Where did this bastard come from? He actually dared to hold the hand of his woman. He was simply courting death, and Wei Feng was on the verge of exploding with rage. In an instant, Wei Feng had taken Kai Yang to be a dead man, and he was calculating in his heart how he should properly torture Kai Yang to make him beg for death, and to make him know that there were some women that couldn't be touched. Junior Bing Long greets Master Luo Hai and greets Senior Qihua. Bing Long gracefully bowed before turning to look at Luo Li and saying, "Supreme Elder, I have brought him here." Luo Li gently nodded but did not say anything, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as her brow furrowed slightly. Sensing her gaze, Yang Kai looked back. This was the first time Yang Kai had met Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, and judging from the strength of her aura, she was about the same as the red-haired old man in Ice Palace, a First Order Origin King, far weaker than Luo Hai. However, an Origin King was still an Origin King, one who had mastered the power of their own territory. Any Origin King was not someone an Origin returning realm cultivator could compare to. At the very least, Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. "Brother Luo Hai, is this the boy you were looking for?" Old Monster Qihua looked Yang Kai up and down and chuckled meaningfully. Luo Hai nodded, "It's him." Sure enough, a talented young man. Luo Hai's eyes are as sharp as torches. Now that you've found him, what does Brother Luo Hai plan to do next? Qihua asked seemingly casually. "What should I do?" Naturally, I'll take him back to Green Mountain Star." Luo Hai smiled gently and scolded Yang Kai, "Little bastard, this king won't eat you. So why are you avoiding this king like he's a snake or scorpion? This king just saw that you have good aptitude and wanted to pass on my mantle to you." His attitude was casual, and there was a kind of helplessness in his tone, as if he was telling the truth. The faces of the many elders of Ice Heart Valley shook as they all looked towards Yang Kai with envious looks. Being able to catch the eye of a master like Luo Hai, this Yang Kai's good fortune was simply heaven-defying. From now on, he would definitely become famous throughout Star Territory and soar to the heavens. Yang Kai just smiled softly. Chihua's seemingly turbid old eyes narrowed slightly as a faint light flashed across them. Luo Li's brow furrowed slightly, but she did not say a word. In the entire Ice Palace, perhaps only Yang Kai and the other two Origin Kings did not believe Luo Hai's words. Everyone knew that this was just Luo Hai's way of saying he wanted to take Yang Kai away. As for accepting him as a disciple and passing on his mantle, that was simply a fantasy. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he make such a big fuss just to accept a disciple? If he wanted to accept a disciple, all he needed to do was announce it, and a large number of geniuses would flock to Green Mountain Star, lining up to worship him as their master. Yang Kai did not point it out and simply said, "Junior appreciates Senior's kindness, but such a great opportunity is something Junior is afraid he is not blessed enough to enjoy. It would be best if Senior found another disciple." A trace of anger flashed across Luo Hai's eyes as he secretly cursed this little brat for not being sensible, but he still smiled gently. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Come back to Green Mountain Star with me first and stay with me for a few years. If your attitude is still the same when the time comes, this king will naturally not force you." He seemed to be making a great concession. Chihua also chimed in from the side, "Little brat, you should consider this carefully. Brother Luo Hai wanting to accept you as a disciple is a blessing you can't obtain even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain such a thing even if they begged for it, so why refuse? Does Senior think this is a blessing? Since Senior thinks so, you might as well worship Luo Hai as your master." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The expressions of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley froze as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, all of them feeling their hearts jump into their throats. This guy was really bold, daring to insult Chihua like this. Wasn't he afraid of causing unbearable consequences? Chihua's face went cold as he shouted angrily, "Bold!" Saying so, a ray of light shot out from his eyes and shot towards Yang Kai. He intended to punish this little brat for speaking so rudely. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he stood in place without moving. Su Yin also ignored this terrifying attack, her pair of beautiful eyes never leaving Yang Kai's face from beginning to end, a look of happiness filling her face. Luo Hai waved his hand casually. Chihua's attack was silently resolved. Before learning Yang Kai's hidden secrets, Luo Hai did not feel relieved that he would be injured by Chihua. "Brother Chihua, please calm down. It's just a young man spouting nonsense. There's no need to care about it. Brother Chihua is also an Origin King, so even if this king wants to teach him, I'm afraid he is powerless." Chihua snorted as he glared at Yang Kai coldly, his sharp gaze seemingly wanting to cut him into 1,000 pieces, but he did not say anything more. Luo Li, who had been sitting quietly without speaking, suddenly said, "He has been brought here. If Master Luo Hai wants to take him away, please do so." As for what Luo Hai would do after taking Yang Kai away, Luo Li did not need to consider. She had no friendship with Yang Kai, so naturally, she would not offend Luo Hai because of him. Right now, she just wanted to send Luo Hai and Chihua out of Pure Ice Island as soon as possible. She didn't even want to hold Yang Kai responsible for injuring Ran Yunting and causing havoc on Pure Ice Island. She always had a feeling of uneasiness, an inexplicable palpitation in her heart, as if something big was about to happen if she did not hurry up and send Yang Kai away. Hearing this, Luo Hai nodded and smiled at Luo Li. "This time, this king came uninvited, so I hope junior sister Luo Li can forgive me. If junior sister Luo Li has free time, please come to Green Mountain Star as a guest. This king will certainly welcome you with open arms." Luo Li nodded lightly. "There will be a day when I visit. Since Master Luo Hai has found such a good disciple, he must be anxious to return to Green Mountain's Star to teach him. Luo Li will not see you off." She bluntly ordered him to leave. However, Luo Hai just smiled lightly and did not get up to say goodbye, instead glancing over at Yang Kai and waving his hand. There's no need to rush. This king's business is indeed over. But Brother Chi Hua has come to your island this time for an important matter, so this king will wait for him. As soon as this statement came out, Luo Li's face changed slightly. What she had been worried about had finally come. Although Luo Hai didn't say it too clearly, just the words, wait for him together, made Luo Li smell something bad. This was tantamount to saying that Luo Hai was standing on Chi Hua's side at this moment. The faces of Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the others also became ugly as they stared at Chi Hua vigilantly. Ice Heart Valley was a great force that had competed for supremacy on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years without a clear victor, but now that Luo Hai had intervened, Ice Heart Valley was bound to fall into a disadvantage. What's more, it was an absolute disadvantage. Even if they relied on Pure Ice Island's Pure Ice Grand Array, they would not be able to reverse the situation. For a time, Bing Long and the many elders looked resentful, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai stood inside the Ice Palace and watched the show with a smile, not showing the slightest awareness that he had been reduced to a prisoner. May I ask why Chi Hua has come to my Pure Ice Island this time? Luo Li took a deep breath, calmed down her tumbling emotions, and asked cautiously. Chi Hua laughed loudly, his fiery red hair fluttering in the wind as he shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter, Luo Li. You don't need to be so nervous." He was very proud of himself. He had been fighting with Luo Li for so many years, and even when she was injured while cultivating, he had never been able to gain the upper hand. But now, he had finally tasted the joy of victory. Although it was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might, Chi Hua enjoyed this feeling very much. "Speak." Luo Li looked at him indifferently. Chi Hua chuckled meaningfully. "I came here this time to ask for someone from your sect." Chapter 1651. You want someone? Who do you want? Luo Li frowned. My Ice Heart Valley doesn't have anyone you need. Chi Hua. That's right. Your noble sect really doesn't have anyone I need. But... Chi Hua paused for a moment before waving his hand behind him. Little beast, stand up and speak. After all, this is your business. Wei Feng smiled happily and quickly stepped out from behind Chi Hua, first bowing to Luo Hai, Luo Li, and the others before straightening his back. Just as he was about to speak, though, he suddenly noticed a cold gaze staring at his face. This gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced straight into Wei Feng's heart, causing his face to go pale as he gulped. He couldn't even spit out a single word. Following along that gaze, Wei Feng saw Luo Li staring at him with a hostile expression, and her gaze was icy cold. Even though she didn't exert any strength, just this pure gaze caused Wei Feng to feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if he'd fallen into a bottomless abyss, and the icy coldness in the surroundings intended to drown him. Wei Feng's legs and stomach trembled as he gurgled, his eyes filled with fear. Bing Long and the many elders' hearts clenched as they subconsciously glanced towards Su Yin. When Wei Feng stood out, they realized what Chi Hua was planning. For a moment, their hearts were filled with sorrow, and they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. The son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master had been eyeing Su Yin for a long time. The fight that broke out a year ago was precisely because Brilliant Flame Sect had used Su Yin as an excuse to force Ice Heart Valley to hand her over. The people of Ice Heart Valley were very clear about Wei Feng's character. It could be said that if Wei Feng had not been born in a great sect like Brilliant Flame Sect, and if he had not been the son of Wei Qing, he might not have been able to break through to the Saint King realm in his lifetime. Even though he had many unique advantages, relying on countless pills and Saint Crystals, he had only been able to push his cultivation to the origin returning realm. He couldn't even condense his own sure. He was perhaps the only origin returning realm cultivator in the entire star territory who did not have his own sure, enough to make him a laughingstock. Wei Feng's aptitude was simply unbearable. Compared to him, Su Yin was simply a heaven-defying beauty. The two of them should have never crossed paths. But one day, when Su Yin went out to gain experience in tempering, she was accidentally bumped into by Wei Feng, and he was immediately shocked by her beauty and intended to take her for himself. Brilliant Flame Sect took this opportunity to make a big fuss. Wei Feng's character was indeed bad, but as the son of Wei Qing, His background was not low. Brilliant Flamesec believed that Wei Feng taking a liking to Su Yin was Su Yan's blessing. Qihua bringing Wei Feng to Ice Heart Valley this time, and even asking him to stand up and speak was self-evident. However, this unbearably ugly fellow was so intimidated by a single glance from the Grand Elder that he almost fainted. He couldn't even speak properly. Chihua's face was also extremely ugly. Wei Feng's appearance was simply a disgrace to Brilliant Flame Sect, so in his annoyance, he sent out a kick that nearly knocked Wei Feng to the ground. Useless thing. With this old man backing you up, what are you afraid of? Speak your mind and let this old man see if you're still a man. Qihua scolded loudly, as if angered by Qihua's scolding, but also as if he had received Qihua's guarantee. Wei Feng's courage grew greatly, his face turning red as he grit his teeth and pointed to Su Yin. I want this woman named Su Yin. All the elders of Ice Heart Valley were furious. Ran Yunting's face sank. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged and his eyes became cold as he stared at Wei Feng coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle grin. Since entering this ice palace, Yang Kai had noticed that this cowardly guy was constantly looking at Su Yin. He didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Su Yin was a natural beauty who attracted the eyes of many men. But when Wei Feng said those words, he immediately understood that the other party wasn't just looking at her. He wanted to take her for himself. Yang Kai's heart filled with murderous intent as he stared at Wei Feng faintly, the expression in his eyes the same as Wei Feng's before. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. At this time, Su Yin turned her beautiful eyes and frowned as she stared suspiciously at Wei Feng. She didn't seem to have recovered until now. Before this, all her thoughts had been focused on Yang Kai, so nothing in the outside world could disturb her. It's you? Su Yin recognized Wei Feng and said indifferently, What's wrong? Haven't you learned enough from last time? Do you want to be beaten again? These flat words made Wei Feng jump up like a frightened rabbit and hurriedly rush back behind Qihua, seeking a sense of security. Wei Feng's performance was so bad that Qihua also felt like he had lost face, his old face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even Luo Hai, who had been watching from the sidelines, slowly shook his head. Do you recognize him? Yang Kai asked. Su Yin shook her head. Not really. Last time, he spoke rudely so I broke a few of his ribs. It turns out this guy is from Brilliant Flame Sect. No wonder he's so annoying. Saying so, she sighed. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him directly. Don't be soft next time. Yang Kai patted the back of Su Yan's hand. Su Yin smiled and nodded gently. You've got guts. Although Wei Feng was timid and incompetent, he also felt a little angry at this moment. He had never forgotten Su Yin, so much so that he could only dream of her, yet she didn't even know his origins. It seemed that she definitely didn't know his name. Wei Feng suddenly felt a sense of hurt. She was actually so close to that bastard and had completely ignored his existence before. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. Remember this. I'll let you know how formidable I am after you marry into my family. Wei Feng swore solemnly as he shouted. Courting death. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his hand towards Wei Feng. A clear St. Chi palm suddenly appeared in front of Wei Feng like a violent storm. This St. Chi palm contained a terrifying destructive power. Wei Feng was scared silly, his whole body trembling as his face went pale, and he anxiously called out, Supreme Elder, save me. Boy, you've got guts, daring to make a move in front of this old master. Qihua coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, shattering the St. Chi palm in an instant. Right at this moment, a ball of subtle energy warped and wriggled amidst the energy that exploded, and it transformed into a sharp sword that suddenly shot out. Caught off guard, it shot into Wei Feng's left cheek and came out from his right cheek. Qihua's face changed drastically. Luo Hai also raised his brow and glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she gently nodded. All three of them could see that it wasn't that Yang Kai had hidden some kind of secret energy in that St. Chi palm, but rather that his control over his St. Chi had reached a transcendent level. After it was scattered by Qihua, he was able to quickly reorganize it and launch a lethal attack. This kind of attack was generally not very powerful, so even with Wei Feng's strength, it was easy for him to defend against it. However, Wei Feng's performance was so bad that he failed to notice it and was injured by it. Blood gushed out from both sides of his cheeks as Wei Feng finally noticed the severe pain. His cheeks felt like they were on fire as a hidden force penetrated his flesh through his wounds. He howled violently as he covered his cheeks with his hands, tears and mucus flowing down his face, making it impossible for anyone to look at him directly. The many elders of Ice Heart Valley slowly shook their heads as obvious contempt and disgust appeared on their faces. Such a person actually dared to dream of obtaining Su Yin? Compared to him, Yang Kai was simply boundless. He and Su Yin were a true match made in heaven. Old Monster Chihua's face alternated between blue and white as he stared at Yang Kai, a deep voice squeezing out from his throat like a mad beast. "Boy, you're dead?" Wei Feng's cheek had been pierced right in front of him. This wasn't just a slap to Wei Feng's face. Chihua's face had also been slapped, and Brilliant Flame Sect's face had also been slapped. Old Monster Chihua could no longer bear it. Like a dormant lion, an unimaginably terrifying aura roared from Chihua's body, causing everyone from Ice Heart Valley to pale. Yang Kai, however, remained calm as he looked at the red-haired old man indifferently, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face. "Chihua." Luo Hai frowned and shouted, "Let's get down to business." Naturally, he wouldn't let Chihua kill Yang Kai. Chihua was using his power to pressure Ice Heart Valley, and Luo Hai was willing to turn a blind eye as long as Chihua didn't pursue Yang Kai's secrets. However, if Chihua wanted to attack Yang Kai, Luo Hai would not sit idly by. Before Yang Kai's secrets were discovered, no one could attack him. Hearing this, the aura in Chihua's body seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water and was instantly extinguished. He also seemed to react and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with an unkind expression. "Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me." "Kill him, kill him." "Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me." Wei Feng didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight as he howled miserably. Chihua took a deep breath as his chest heaved violently. Why did this old master bring such a thing to Ice Heart Valley? At this moment, he couldn't wait to slap Wei Feng into a bloody pulp. Chihua made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would imprison Wei Feng in Brilliant Flame Sect and never let him out. Otherwise, wherever he went, he would lose face for Brilliant Flame Sect. For Brilliant Flame Sect to produce such a thing, it was simply a disgrace. "Shut up," Chihua shouted softly. Wei Feng's howling came to an abrupt end as he didn't dare disobey Supreme Elder's wishes, but the piercing pain caused his expression to distort. Coupled with the bright red blood on his face, he looked like a terrifying ghost. Covering his cheek with his hand, Wei Feng's eyes flickered, not daring to look at anyone. In the end, he could only stare at the ground under his feet without saying a word. "Boy, you've got guts. Since Brother Luo Hai intends to shelter you, this old master won't bother with you. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Luo Hai." Chihua said bitterly before looking up at Luo Li and saying, "This old master's purpose in coming here this time should be clear to you. This good-for-nothing junior has taken a fancy to this girl and hopes she can return to Brilliant Flame Sect with me." Chapter 1652. When he said this, Chihua's mouth twitched. Even he felt that Wei Feng was not worthy of Su Yin, that he wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. However, this was indeed a good opportunity to strike a blow to Ice Heart Valley. As long as he could force Ice Heart Valley to compromise here, Brilliant Flame Sect could gain the upper hand in future battles. Most importantly, he could use this opportunity to attack Luo Li's state of mind and create a flaw in it. If this matter were to succeed, it would become a heart demon for Luo Li in the future, making it impossible for her cultivation to progress. As for Chihua, he could take a step forward in his cultivation, and in the future, Scarlet Wave Star would definitely belong to Brilliant Flame Sect. As soon as Chihua's words fell, Ran Yun Ting took a step forward and coldly declared, "Wishful thinking. Su Yin is a core disciple of my Ice Heart Valley. How could she possibly marry an outsider? She will only stay in Ice Heart Valley for the rest of her life." Chihua grinned wickedly as he looked at Ran Yun Ting and said, "If this old master is not mistaken, she should be cultivating your Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, right? So what? Ran Yunting didn't know what he was thinking. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. This old master can see that her Ice Heart Valley has been affected by the backlash of her secret art. In her current situation, I'm afraid it won't be long before her cultivation disappears and she becomes an ordinary person. At that time, what use would she be to your Ice Heart Valley? Ran Yunting's face changed slightly as she secretly thought that old monster Chi Hua's eyesight was quite astute. Su Yan's situation was very well hidden, and only her master was able to detect it, but Chi Hua had already noticed it the first time they met. For a time, Ran Yunting's face became extremely gloomy as she glanced over at Su Yan, the disappointment in her eyes obvious. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this and didn't even show any change in her expression, just standing there with a happy smile on her face, snuggling up to Yang Kai. It seemed that for her, cultivation and strength were nothing more than floating clouds. As long as she could be with Yang Kai, even death was worth it. Ran Yunting was even more disappointed. Su Yan. Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the beautiful woman standing beside him, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. Quickly releasing his divine sense to investigate Su Yan's body, Yang Kai finally noticed something wrong. The aura in Su Yan's body was indeed somewhat unstable, obviously a sign of backlash from the secret art she was cultivating. This kind of situation could be considered minor for the time being, but as time passed, it would definitely become more and more serious. It doesn't matter, Su Yan smiled gently, her expression tranquil, not the slightest bit worried about her fate. I will find a way to resolve it for you. Yang Kai took a deep breath, looked at her with a serious expression, and promised. If you kill yourself, you can resolve this difficulty in front of her. Ran Yunting shouted at Yang Kai angrily. Master, please don't say such things. The smile on Su Yan's face slowly converged as her brow furrowed, her expression becoming serious. If junior brother dies, I won't live alone. Ran Yunting's jaw dropped as she stared at Su Yan in a daze, a look of astonishment filling her face. This was the first time Su Yan had spoken to her with such an attitude, causing Ran Yunting to be greatly shocked. For a long time now, Su Yan had always been obedient to her. No matter what she wanted her to do, this disciple of hers would always accomplish it 100 times over, making her extremely satisfied and highly valued. But today, she had contradicted her. It seemed that her honored master, who had painstakingly taught her and had great expectations for her, was not as important as a little brat in her heart. Ran Yunting sneered, her expression cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and said in a low tone, Boy, you have wronged Su Yan. Even if you die, you will not be able to redeem your sins. After saying so, she stepped back again and closed her eyes, as if she did not want to get involved in what was about to happen. Whether I have wronged senior sister or not is not up to you to decide. Who do you think you are? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Good, let's stop this farce. Chi Hua stood up and stared at Luoli with a pair of blazing eyes. This old master has explained his intentions. Luoli, it's time for you to make a choice. Hand over that person and this old master will withdraw. If you don't. There was an obvious threat in his words. The faces of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley changed drastically. Luoli looked at Chi Hua faintly before turning to Luo Hai and asking, Is this Master Luo Hai's intention? She understood better than anyone that Chi Hua daring to come to Pure Ice Island in such a high-profile manner and demanding the best disciple in Ice Heart Valley was because of Luo Hai's support. Without Luo Hai, Chi Hua would not even dare to set foot within 1,000 kilometers of Pure Ice Island. Luo Hai smiled when he heard this and said gently, Junior sister Luo Li's words are unreasonable. This is a matter between your Ice Heart Valley and Chi Hua's brilliant flame sect. This king just happened to be here to join in the fun. Changing the subject, Luo Hai continued, however, this king thinks that Chi Hua is right. This disciple named Su Yan's aptitude is indeed good, but since she has suffered a backlash from the Ice Jade secret art, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to achieve anything in the future. It would be better for her to marry Wei Feng, and your two sects can become in-laws, resolving the grievances between your two sects and living in harmony in the future. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Hearing what he said, Luo Li's face sank slightly, knowing that Luo Hai was standing on brilliant flame sect's side. As for becoming in-laws and resolving the grievances between the two sects, that was simply a fantasy. The two sects had been fighting on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, so the grievances between them could be said to be a blood feud that was impossible to resolve. In this world, as long as Brilliant Flame Sect existed, there would be no Ice Heart Valley, and as long as Ice Heart Valley existed, there would be no Brilliant Flame Sect. The two sects would fight each other forever. I understand, Luo Li gently nodded before closing her watery eyes, apparently falling into a difficult decision. No one disturbed her as the elders of Ice Heart Valley all looked at Luo Li, wondering what kind of answer she would give. Luo Hai's face was calm as he quietly sipped his tea. Chi Hua, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face as he laughed heartily. He was not afraid that Luo Li would refuse. This time, he was using Luo Hai's name to suppress Ice Heart Valley. As for that little girl named Su Yin, she was just a chess piece in this battle. Even without Su Yin, there could still be Zhang Yin, Wang Yin. With so many female disciples in Ice Heart Valley, how could they not find a suitable candidate? Wei Feng also stopped howling miserably. At this time, he was like a cat that had smelled fish, his eyes darting around. Although the pain in his cheeks was unbearable, he still stared at Su Yin with a cruel smile, as if he was looking at his own plaything, his eyes filled with evil. In his heart, he was secretly cursing how he would torture Su Yin after he obtained her, so that Yang Kai would know the price of provoking him. Yang Kai and Su Yin stood side by side in the center of the Ice Palace, as if they had become outsiders. No one cared about their feelings or opinions. In such a high-level dialogue and negotiation, the two of them had no right to speak at all. The happiness in Su Yan's beautiful eyes was replaced by a faint trace of sadness as she gripped Yang Kai even harder. She secretly decided that if Supreme Elder really wanted to compromise, she would use her life to create a glimmer of hope for Yang Kai to escape. As for herself, even if she died, it was impossible for her to go to Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai looked on indifferently, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, carefully observing the changes in Luo Li's expression. After a while, he sighed and leaned over to Su Yan's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, do you trust me?" Su Yan didn't even think about it and nodded lightly. "Good." Yang Kai grinned. "Junior brother guarantees you that no one can take you away today. If anyone dares have any ideas about you, I'll kill them all." "Then senior sister will wait and see." Su Yan winked at Yang Kai. This playful appearance stunned Yang Kai. He had never seen Su Yan act like this before. It was as if the arrival of a great crisis had given her the courage to do things she would never have done before. Although the two of them spoke softly, how could they escape the ears of Luo Hai and Chi Hua? Hearing Yang Kai's arrogant words, the two Origin Kings both sneered at Yang Kai disdainfully. "Luo Li, it's time to make a decision," Luo Hai urged impatiently. He was anxious to bring Yang Kai back to Green Mountain Star so he could study the secrets of Yang Kai. So how could he be willing to waste time here? Luo Li opened her eyes, and in an instant, all eyes in the Ice Palace turned towards her. The first one she turned to look at was Su Yin, a faint trace of guilt flashing across her beautiful eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. "You can take her away. I hope you can treat her well in the future." After saying this, Luo Li's aura suddenly became somewhat sluggish, like a punctured balloon, and even her face paled slightly. Obviously, by making such a concession, she had gone against her will, making her already injured state even worse. "Supreme Elder," Ran Yun Ting called out in a low voice. Although she had some guesses in her heart, when Supreme Elder gave such an answer, she still couldn't accept it. After calling out reflexively, she couldn't say anything else and simply stared at Su Yin with regret, sighed, and said solemnly, "This is the path you chose. Don't regret it in the future." At this moment, she finally decided to give up on Su Yin. Without even mentioning the fact that she couldn't resolve the flaws in Su Yan's mental state, even if she left Su Yin behind, she wouldn't be able to accomplish anything in the future. Putting Ice Heart Valley's entire sect in danger for such a disciple was not worth it. Even Luo Li's orders were not something she could disobey. If she really sacrificed the entire sect for Su Yin, she would be a sinner to Ice Heart Valley. She would not do such a thing. Between the sect and her disciple, it was self-evident which was more important. Closing her eyes, Luo Li refused to look at Su Yin. Good. Chihua laughed. After so many years, he had finally completely suppressed Luo Li and forced her to admit defeat in front of him. Although he had done so with the help of Luo Hai's prestige, this result was what Chihua wanted to see the most. Chapter 1653. Chihua laughed heartily, his red hair fluttering in the wind as an imposing aura burst from his body. Pointing his finger at Su Yin, he shouted to Wei Feng behind him, "Little beast, this girl is yours from now on. Whether you want to kill her or cut her up is up to you." He was not satisfied with the victory in front of him and wanted to use it to anger the elders of Ice Heart Valley so they would take the initiative to attack. However, the people from Ice Heart Valley didn't act rashly, instead just staring at him with sad and indignant expressions. Even Luo Li didn't care. This disappointed Chihua greatly, but at the same time, he despised them. The actions and attitudes of these people from Ice Heart Valley seemed to be for the sake of the sect, but in fact, they had lost all sense of propriety. Chihua believed that after this incident, Ice Heart Valley would no longer be a threat. Wei Feng chuckled coldly, and the injuries on his cheeks caused his laughter to leak out slightly, and he said vaguely, "How could Disciple bear to kill and cut her? Disciple can't wait to dote on her. Disciple thanks Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder's might is boundless. Disciple is endlessly grateful." Although Wei Feng was timid and cowardly, his flattery skills were quite good. With just a few words, Chihua was overjoyed and suddenly felt that this good-for-nothing little brat was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Good. Luo Hai clapped his hands lightly, a faint smile on his face. This king congratulates all of you here and hopes that your two sects can use this opportunity to ease the relationship between you two and live in harmony in the future. After all, you are both great sects on Scarlet Wave Star. Always fighting and killing is not good. Brother Luo Hai, if you have nothing else to do, would you like to return to Brilliant Flame Sect for a drink? Chihua looked at him and invited. Luo Hai slowly shook his head. No, this king has been out for a long time. It's time to return to Green Mountain Star. Everyone from Ice Heart Valley went pale as they watched Chihua show off like he was the biggest winner in his life, but none of them dared to say anything. Even Luo Li kept her eyes closed, out of sight, out of mind. Yang Kai, come with me. Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai and said in a tone that brooked no argument. Yang Kai sneered lightly, not even looking at him as his eyes swept across the faces of Ice Heart Valley's cultivators. Everyone who caught his eye guiltily averted their gazes, their faces full of guilt. Even Ran Yunting was the same, but soon, she seemed to react and said firmly, "You asked for it, you can't blame anyone." Yang Kai sneered, gently patting the back of Su Yan's hand. Yang Kai said, "Senior sister, go and greet these so-called elders of yours. From now on, you have nothing to do with them." "All right, I'll listen to you." Su Yin nodded obediently and walked over to the group from Ice Heart Valley, bowed deeply, raised her head, and said to Ran Yunting, "Disciple will call you Honored Master for the last time. Disciple thanks Honored Master for her generous guidance over these years. Honored Master, please take care of yourself in the future." Ran Yunting opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned her eyes away. Su Yin seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackle and lightly returned to Yang Kai's side. "Boy, don't be stubborn, just obediently follow Brother Luo Hai. As for the little girl beside you, from now on, she belongs to my Brilliant Flame Sect." Chihua coldly snorted. Yang Kai and Su Yin looked at each other and suddenly smiled at the same time. Their smiles like the sun dispersing the gloomy and depressing atmosphere in the Ice Palace. "If you want to take senior sister away, you'll have to ask me first," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. At the same time, Su Yan's tender voice also rang out, "Junior brother and I will live and die together." The momentum of the two suddenly soared as their Saint Chi burst out. One Saint Chi was vigorous, while the other's was cold and frigid. An unexpected change occurred as Yang Kai and Su Yan's Saint Chi seemed to resonate with each other, and began to vibrate and fuse together. An even more berserk energy fluctuation rippled out leisurely. Everyone's complexion changed slightly as they stared at the young man and woman standing side by side in shock. Luo Hai's eyes flashed even brighter as a look of surprise appeared on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. Luo Li, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them at this moment, and a brilliant light flashed across the depths of her eyes. Chihua let out a soft cry while the three Origin Kings all showed looks of surprise. Looking around, Yang Kai and Su Yin seemed to have become one person, their second-order origin returning realm and first-order origin returning realm cultivation superimposed without the slightest conflict, allowing them to directly break through to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Interesting. Is this a dual cultivation secret art? Luo Hai frowned. With his profound knowledge, he could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai and Su Yin had already reached a level of telepathy. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for their completely different Saint Chi attributes to superimpose so perfectly and would have inevitably caused a conflict. Bastard! Chihua roared. After all, in his opinion, Su Yin was already Wei Feng's woman. But this woman had actually dual cultivated with Yang Kai at some unknown time. This was nothing short of a disgrace to Brilliant Flame Sect. Wasn't it said that those who cultivated the Ice Jade secret art were all flawless? So how could this scene be explained? As soon as Chihua's words fell, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from inside the Ice Palace. This roar was extremely strange and seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. The moment this roar rang out, everyone present, including the three Origin Kings, felt their hearts palpitate. The faces of the elders from Ice Heart Valley changed drastically. This is... Luo Hai stood up as he stared at Yang Kai with trembling eyes, staring at the changes taking place in his body. A golden aura suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body and hovered above his head, immediately transforming into a huge golden phantom. This phantom was more than 300 meters long, and its entire body was golden in color. Its hard scales seemed to be the best defense in the world, enough to resist any attack. His two eyes, which were as big as a small house, were filled with endless majesty. They were cold and frightening, as if he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living things. Facing these eyes, everyone felt a sense of humility and insignificance. A golden dragon. Luo Hai's eyes trembled violently as his voice changed slightly. He stared at the golden phantom with fiery eyes, as if he had seen the most impossible thing in the world. Chihua stood in place, his eyes burning like flames, his thoughts unfathomable. He did not expect that Yang Kai's body was actually hiding such an astonishing amount of wealth. Was this why Luo Hai had chased Yang Kai to Scarlet Wave Star? No, judging from Luo Hai's expression, he seemed to have just discovered this. Does this little brat have other secrets? Before Chihua could finish his thoughts, though, another strange sound rang out. This sound was not as shocking as the dragon's roar just now, but it was extremely loud and clear, as if it was capable of shaking the heavens. Along with this sound, another ray of light shot out from Yang Kai's body and flew above Su Yan's head, transforming into a white phantom. Hua. This phantom spread its wings and resonated with the 300-meter-long golden dragon. A bone-chilling chill suddenly descended as the purest ice attribute Qi in the world was mobilized and gathered towards Su Yan. Luo Li's expression finally changed as she stared at the huge phantom above Su Yan's head and exclaimed, "Ice Phoenix." What? Luo Hai was shocked. This time, he could no longer maintain his calm and composure and suddenly lost his composure. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix were legendary ancient divine spirits that had long since gone extinct, but today, he had seen them on Yang Kai's body. Although they were not real Golden Dragons and Ice Phoenixes, the faint source strength emanating from these two phantoms could not be faked. In other words, these two phantoms were the remnants of the real Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix after their deaths. How much wealth does this little brat have on him? Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. Scorching hot and frigid cold qi filled the air as Yang Kai and Su Yin stood side by side, their momentum monstrous. The golden light and the white light soared into the sky, like two giant swords moving side by side, cutting the world apart. The clouds in the sky were suddenly split in half. Everyone in Iceheart Valley saw this spectacle and all of them were stunned, not knowing what had happened inside the valley. The Ice Palace had been reduced to ruins. When these two completely different but complementary energies erupted, the Ice Palace that belonged to Iceheart Valley collapsed and all the nearby barriers and spirit arrays were destroyed in an instant. The dozen or so elders of Iceheart Valley began circulating their secret arts to resist the pervasive scorching hot and frigid cold qi. Wei Feng was shielded behind Qihua. Of all the people present, only the three Origin Kings could face such a terrifying aura head-on. Ran Yunting was stunned as she stared blankly at Su Yin at this moment, a deep sense of regret welling up in her heart. She had told Yang Kai that Su Yin would eventually become a phoenix, and that a person like Yang Kai was not worthy of her. But now, Su Yin had done just that. With the Ice Phoenix's source strength, she could mobilize the Ice Phoenix's innate divine technique and truly transform into a phoenix. But all of this had been given to her by Yang Kai. The Ice Phoenix's source strength had clearly flowed out of Yang Kai's body and was perfectly transferred to Su Yin. However, in this world, only the Divine Dragon could keep pace with the Phoenix and be mentioned in the same breath. Ran Yunting stared blankly at the huge golden dragon phantom above Yang Kai's head and silently smiled bitterly, the taste in her mouth more bitter than if she had eaten a coptis. Many of Iceheart Valley's elders and Luo Li shared the same expression. Luo Li also did not expect the situation to develop like this. If she had known this would happen, she would have never agreed to old monster Qihua's rude request even if Iceheart Valley's strength was greatly damaged. To have the power of the Ice Phoenix's source energy added to his body, just what kind of heaven-defying lucky chance was this? With this source strength, the backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art was nothing to worry about. In the future, Su Yin would definitely lead Iceheart Valley to greater heights, and her achievements would be far greater than Luo Li's. This was a talent that could make the entire sect pay with their blood and lives to protect. Unfortunately, he had been thrown out like a useless chess piece by himself, all for the sake of prolonging the sect's feeble existence for a moment. The light in Luo Li's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She suddenly realized that she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. Chapter 1654. Is this mine? Su Yin raised her head and stared at the huge Ice Phoenix phantom. As if sensing her gaze, the Ice Phoenix, which should have been unconscious, actually lowered its head and stared at Su Yin with its noble eyes, its gaze filled with kindness and approval. Everyone was stunned. With the power of the Ice Phoenix source, Su Yin felt relaxed, and the backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art she had suffered in the past few days was instantly resolved, allowing her entire body and mind to relax. The white phantom floating above her head was like the blood flowing out of her body. It was a part of her. It became more and more crystal clear, and her neck shone with a porcelain-like radiance. At this moment, Su Yin's charm had suddenly increased by several levels, enough to make all living beings fall for her. Even masters like Qihua and Luo Hai could not help being momentarily dazzled by Su Yan's dazzling radiance. Yes, I brought it from Tongxian realm, Yang Kai nodded. The senior sister and junior brother pair talked as if there was no one else around. Neither of them worried about the current situation. And I feel something. Su Yin took a soft breath, closed her beautiful eyes, and resonated strangely with the Ice Phoenix phantom in her mind. The Ice Phoenix cried out happily, each cry containing infinite power. The ice chi of all of Pure Ice Island was mobilized by this cry and gathered into Su Yan's body, allowing her to absorb it without any hindrance. Su Yan's aura grew at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. She was originally at the peak of the First Order returning realm, and if Yang Kai had not appeared, she would have been preparing to break through to the Second Order in the near future. However, because of the backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art, her cultivation had fallen instead of rising. Now, her cultivation had risen again. Peak of the First Order, Second Order, peak of the Second Order. All the way, Su Yin broke through to the peak of the Second Order in a very short time before she seemed to have encountered some kind of interference and stagnated. This kind of interference came from Yang Kai. At this moment, the two of them had formed a strange state of unity. Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the peak of the second order, so Su Yin could not improve any further, otherwise, the balance between their Saint Qi would be broken. However, anyone could see that she still had strength to spare. She had the ability to break through to the third order. Everyone was shocked. No one had ever been able to break through so quickly without any hidden dangers. This was simply not something that could be done by chance. This was simply a miracle. Yang Kai smiled gently, as if all of this was within his expectations. The dragon's roars and phoenix cries rang out again. The golden dragon and white ice phoenix phantoms suddenly distorted, fell from the sky, and disappeared. They poured into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Yang Kai, 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 Yang, and Yang with Yang and Yang and Yang days. Luo Hai's eyes were a bit frightening as they flashed brilliantly as he stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking down from his seat. Every time he took a step, pure ice island seemed to shake, as if it came from the depths of the earth itself, shaking everyone's soul. With every step Luo Hai took, his aura also increased. Yang Kai and Su Yan's golden Yang Qi field was unable to suppress Luo Hai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the approaching enemy with a smile. If this is your trump card, then this king advises you to give up. Your strength is truly amazing, enough to make you invincible under the Origin King realm. Even an ordinary Origin King wouldn't be able to do anything to you. As soon as this statement came out, both Qihua and Luo Li frowned. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, Luo Hai was telling the truth. No matter which of the two of them faced Yang Kai and Su Yin here, they felt a sense of urgency, as if they were to fight against these two, even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. This was an extremely inconceivable fact. The Origin King realm already stood at the peak of this world, and any Origin King was strong enough to sweep away all Origin realm cultivators. Even if hundreds or thousands of them came together, they would not be able to touch an Origin King. Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother being able to exchange blows with an ordinary Origin King with their own strength was already the limit of human imagination. Of all the people present, only Luo Hai was qualified to ignore the current Yang Kai and Su Yin. Boy, if you come with me obediently, this king promises not to kill you. Luo Hai stared at Yang Kai coldly, almost tearing off all pretense of cordiality, no longer maintaining his previous benevolent appearance. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Luo Hai. I have no grievances with you, but you've been forcing me all this time. Fine, I'll kill you today to avoid future troubles, Yang Kai shouted. Kill me? Luo Hai seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed. It seems your self-confidence is off the charts. Do you think you can kill me like this? This king will show you what a true Origin King realm master is. As soon as these words fell, a strange force spread out and wrapped around Yang Kai and Su Yin. Territory domain. A Star Master level territory domain. Suddenly, the ground began to crack. Where the Ice Palace was originally located, cracks began to appear. The power of the force field seemed to be able to make the sky and the earth collapse. Brother Luo Hai, this old master will help you. Qihua shouted as he released his own territory domain to put pressure on Yang Kai and Su Yin. Luo Hai glanced at him but did not say anything. He naturally knew what Qihua was planning. Qihua didn't want to monopolize all the benefits, so he decided to help in an attempt to get a share of the pie. Luo Hai was happy to see this. All he wanted was the secrets of Yang Kai. As for that little girl named Su Yin, although her Ice Phoenix source was extraordinary, it was not compatible with his Tao, so it was useless to him. As soon as the territory domains of the two Origin Kings appeared, the faces of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley changed. Luo Li hurriedly released her own territory domain to offset the pressure on everyone while shouting, "All of you leave!" If they didn't leave now, these elders would all be injured. Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the others didn't say a word as they quickly used their movement skills to leave the place, leaping 1,000 meters into the air before looking down in shock. Only Luoli remained behind with a complicated look on her face, but she had no intention of intervening. A soft sigh came from her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai and Su Yin with eyes full of regret. Senior sister, are you ready? Even with the territory domains of the two origin kings, Yang Kai remained calm. After his experience in the blood prison, he had become accustomed to this kind of intense territory domain interference. This kind of territory domain could not overwhelm him, and as long as he didn't fall, Su Yin would be fine. I'm ready. Su Yin nodded. The two of them had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. With just a thought, Su Yin understood what he was going to do. If you're ready, then let's begin. Yang Kai grinned, turned his head, and stared at Luo Hai coldly as he declared, Luo Hai, today is the day you die. As soon as these words fell, a strange token suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's palm. The token was pitch black in color. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it didn't look remarkable at all. However, the moment this token appeared, Luo Hai's brow rose as a feeling of dread filled his heart. This is... Luo Hai stared at this token in amazement before finally reacting, Emperor Pressure. A Star Emperor token? The token exuded a faint, almost imperceptible aura, but it was this aura that caused Luo Hai's complexion to change. The Emperor character on this token finally allowed Luo Hai to understand what Yang Kai's ultimate trump card was. It was actually a Star Emperor token. What's more, it was an unsealed Star Emperor token. It was rumored that the great emperors of Starfield had left behind an unbreakable legend in the Star Territory. However, the Star Emperor tokens personally made by them had been passed down. There were a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with the divine technique of the great emperors. This divine technique was enough to instantly kill an origin king, a level that no master in the Star Territory could reach. For an ordinary cultivator, a Star Emperor token was just a legend, and it was impossible to determine whether it even existed. However, a master at Luo Hai's level knew that Star Emperor tokens did exist. The famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in the Star Territory possessed one, but this Star Emperor token had been unsealed and no longer contained the divine technique of the great emperors, leaving behind only a trace of Emperor Pressure. If an Origin King Realm Master carried a Star Emperor token and comprehended the Emperor Pressure within it for many years, it would increase their chances of comprehending the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao. As such, he recognized the token in Yang Kai's hand at a glance and instantly felt uneasy. Not good. Luo Hai was shocked and exclaimed, Brother Chihua, kill them quickly. We must not allow them to unseal the Star Emperor token. Chihua trembled as a trace of determination and ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence that transformed into a raging inferno that enveloped Yang Kai and Su Yin. Chihua was also a ruthless man and knew that indecisiveness would only lead to chaos, so he had overdrawn his blood essence as soon as he attacked in order to kill Yang Kai and Su Yin as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Emperor token was unsealed, he would definitely not be their opponent. The legend of the great emperors was simply too terrifying, a myth that no one could break. At the same time as Chihua attacked, Luo Hai also took action, summoning a long sword-like artifact. This long sword's surface shone like moonlight and exuded the aura of an Origin King-grade artifact. Luo Hai poured his Saint Chi into it, causing it to vibrate and tremble slightly before suddenly disappearing from sight. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and stabbed straight towards his heart. Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly, ignoring this fatal threat as he madly poured his Saint Chi into the Star Emperor token in his hand. The world shook as if the end of the world was coming, and a desolate and terrifying aura suddenly descended. Chapter 1655. At this moment, all over Scarlet Wave Star, birds fell from the sky while beasts prostrated themselves in place, trembling in fear. Large and small cities, the headquarters of sects and families, trillions of people, all felt a kind of horror from the depths of their hearts. It was a kind of despair that made people feel as if they would die in the next moment. Regardless of their cultivation, Regardless of age, trillions of people were all drenched in cold sweat. Some even fell to the ground and were unable to get up for a long time, all of their strength drained in an instant. Fortunately, this aura came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, millions of people on Scarlet Wave Star would have died today. On Pure Ice Island, where the Ice Palace was located, above Yongkai and Su Yin, a pair of closed eyes suddenly appeared. At the same time, around Yongkai and Su Yin, a layer of energy invisible to the naked eye and divine sense enveloped them. Qi Hua's burning blood essence and Luo Hai's attack with his long sword artifact were all blocked by this layer of energy, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. Impossible! Luo Hai shouted in horror. With his second-order origin king cultivation, he was unable to hurt Yongkai even with the help of an artifact, and all of this was because of the appearance of a pair of closed eyes. This was something he could hardly accept. The existence of the great emperors was only a legend, and ordinary people worshipped them as gods. But among masters like Luo Hai, many had been working hard to find traces of the great emperors, trying to break the myths they had left behind, or even replace them. In their hearts, the great emperors were just slightly stronger cultivators, not invincible. Luo Hai also had such thoughts. He thought that the great emperors were just masters at the peak of the third-order origin king realm, and he felt that one day he would be able to stand side by side with the great emperors, or even step on them. But today, he finally understood that the great emperors were still unreachable to him. They had definitely surpassed the origin king realm, an unknown and terrifying realm. Luo Hai suddenly felt a sense of arrogance. That pair of tightly shut eyes showed signs of opening. Luo Li's complexion finally changed as she no longer dared to remain in place. Her tender body flickered, and like a frightened rabbit, she quickly flew away from the ice palace. The eyes in the void opened, revealing clear and flawless pupils that did not give off any sense of majesty. What surprised Luo Hai and Qi Hua, though, was that these eyes clearly belonged to a woman. Could it be that the legendary great emperors of Star Field was actually a woman? This ridiculous thought emerged in the minds of the two Origin King Realm Masters, making them somewhat unable to believe their eyes. This pair of beautiful eyes simply stared at Luo Hai and Qi Hua coldly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at two ants. Qi Hua let out a strange cry as he was sent flying backward. He spurted out a mouthful of blood in midair, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Luo, Luo Hai, and Luo. Luo Hai, Luo Hai, Luo Hai, Luo Hai. Of Luo, even the depths of Luo Hai's soul began to crack, a sign that his territory was about to collapse. It was as if that indifferent glance of her beautiful eyes contained an unimaginable supreme power that was impossible to resist. Luo Hai's face paled as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. His body staggered slightly, but his cultivation was much higher than Qi Hua's, so he still managed to stand his ground. Luo Hai's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before disappearing, as if they had never appeared. At the same time, a thick emperor pressure radiated from Yongkai and Su Yan's bodies. This was a power that did not belong to this world, an existence that could not be looked up to, an aura that could make billions of living beings bow their heads. This was the might of the great emperors. Yongkai laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder. It seemed to contain some kind of bizarre concept that shook Luo Hai's knowledge sea, causing it to tumble and become unstable. After Qi Hua regained his footing, his face became even paler. The golden and white qi wrapped around Yongkai and Su Yan's bodies, the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes resounding continuously, but compared to before, this yin and yang qi was completely different. Although the yin and yang qi just now was powerful enough to threaten an ordinary origin king, it was not enough for Luo Hai to put it in his eyes. Now, however, the strength of this golden and white qi had risen to a level that caused even Luo Hai to pale. It was as if the unsealed Star Emperor token was pouring some kind of power into Yongkai and Su Yan's bodies. Suddenly, the yin and yang qi completely merged, becoming indistinguishable from each other. In everyone's field of vision, They instantly lost track of Yang Kai and Su Yin, and all they could see was a hazy mass of light. "Qihua, you die first." Yang Kai's cold shout came from the mass of light, and in the next moment, the mass of light flew towards Qihua. Qihua's face changed drastically as he cried out in horror, "Brother Luo Hai, save me!" At the same time, he formed a series of seals with his hands as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to form an impenetrable barrier in front of him. Layers upon layers of Saint Chi enveloped his body while an Origin King-grade defensive artifact transformed into a mass of flames that wrapped around him. But all of this was futile. When the mass of light approached, the first thing to shatter was the Origin King-grade defensive artifact that had transformed into flames. This artifact, which could be regarded as the most powerful artifact in the entire star territory, was unable to resist the terrifying power of this mass of light and shattered upon contact. Within the ball of light, the silhouettes of a golden dragon and an ice phoenix could be vaguely seen. Their majestic and noble figures seemed to be dancing above the 9 heavens, creating a soul-stirring dance. The mass of light brushed past Qihua. Qihua stood in place, motionless, his eyes staring blankly into space, a look of horror still remaining on his face. "This old master regrets." Before Qihua could finish his words, a dazzling light burst from his body, like a balloon that had been poked with countless holes. Light shot out from his pores, making him look like a luminous hedgehog. Hong. With a loud bang, Chihua's body burst apart, turning into a bloody mist that scattered to the ground. High up in the sky, gasps rang out as the dozen or so Ice Heart Valley elders felt their lungs ache from the cold, all of them showing looks of horror. Qihua, a First-Order Origin King, was unable to resist a single blow from Yang Kai and Su Yin, who had used their Star Emperor tokens, and was instantly killed. Such combat power was something even a Third-Order Origin King might not necessarily possess. Luo Li's tender body trembled as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. But more than that, she was filled with regret. She could understand Chihua's mood just before he died, and she also knew what Chihua's last words meant. Chihua was filled with regret, but how could she not be? If she had known the situation would develop like this, how could she have turned a blind eye to today's events? If she had known things would turn out like this, she would have risked her life to protect Yang Kai and Su Yin. Luo Li let out a long sigh. Ice Heart Valley was doomed to never rise again. A heaven-sent opportunity had been placed right in front of her, but she had turned a blind eye to it and pushed it away. What was the point of feeling regret now? She could only hope that this young man would remember that Ice Heart Valley was Su Yan's master and would not attack Ice Heart Valley after solving the current problem. If he did, Ice Heart Valley would undoubtedly be destroyed today. Ha 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 ha. A burst of crazy laughter suddenly came from the side, causing Luo Li to frown and see Ran Yunting laughing towards the sky. However, the expression on her face and her laughter were filled with endless bitterness and regret. From the moment she decided to give up on Su Yin, from the moment Su Yin called her honored master for the last time, she was destined to spend the rest of her life in regret. Luo Hai, it's your turn. Yang Kai's voice came out from the mass of light again as a murderous intent enveloped Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face changed drastically as he found that he had still underestimated the terrifying power of the Star Emperor token. Qihua had been killed in a single blow in front of him, a feat even he could not accomplish. In other words, he was not this young man's opponent. Star Force come? Luo Hai's expression changed several times before he gave up on compromising and suddenly shouted. He knew that even if he negotiated with Yang Kai, it would be useless. He knew too many of the latter's secrets, so it was impossible to negotiate. What's more, Yang Kai had used the Star Emperor token, so how could he give up without killing him? Instead of humiliating himself, it was better to fight desperately. Somewhere in the distant territory of the Star Emperor, Green Mountain Star flickered and a massive amount of star's power crossed the barrier of space, shot towards Scarlet Wave Star, and poured into Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's aura soared as his second-order Origin King cultivation soared to the peak in a very short time, almost on par with a third-order master. Then, without looking back, he fled into the distance. Using the power of his star's source just to escape, he did not even have the courage to face Yang Kai and Su Yin head-on. You think you can run away? Yang Kai laughed as the mass of light flickered and space force surged, instantly arriving in front of Luo Hai. From this mass of light, a terrifying force burst forth and attacked Luo Hai head-on. Luo Hai was shocked and quickly flicked the Origin King-grade artifact in his hand, sending out a sword wave that seemed capable of cutting through the world. A silent collision occurred, causing space to collapse and the sword wave to be swallowed up. But the power from the mass of light forced Luo Hai back a few thousand meters as his face paled slightly. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a small loss. Stabilizing his figure, Luo Hai took advantage of the recoil to continue fleeing towards the star territory. The mass of light where Yang Kai and Su Yin were did not give up and flickered again before strangely reappearing in front of Luo Hai. Boy, don't go too far. Luo Hai coughed up blood in anger. Although he had long known that Yang Kai had cultivated the Tao of space, he had never imagined that he would be tormented by this power. A cultivator who had cultivated the Tao of space had a unique advantage in pursuit and escape. If not for this, he would have captured Yang Kai a year ago. How could he have given him a chance to escape to Scarlet Wave Star? Now you know you've gone too far? Why didn't you think of this when you chased me all over the star territory? It's useless to say anything more. Today is the day you die. A huge void crack suddenly formed, like the open maw of a beast, and bit towards Luo Hai, as if it wanted to swallow the sun and the moon. Luo Hai did not dare to meet this attack head-on and could only desperately dodge while waiting for an opportunity to escape. Chapter 1656. On Pure Ice Island, countless people were trembling as the island's barriers and spirit arrays had long since been destroyed by the terrifying energy riot. Now, Pure Ice Island could be said to be completely defenseless. Luo Li's face fluctuated as she suddenly shouted, "Quick! Tell everyone to take refuge in the underground chamber." Bing Long was stunned for a moment before quickly taking out her communication artifact and pouring her divine sense into it. A moment later, all Ice Heart Valley's disciples received the order and rushed into the underground chamber. Only Bing Long and the dozen or so elders were still standing beside Luo Li, staring at the divine light and the violent energy fluctuations in the sky in horror. With Luo Li's protection, they had the courage to stand here. Above the clouds, in a place where the naked eye could not see, two extremely terrifying auras were fighting. These were Yang Kai, Su Yin, and Luo Hai. Although the dozen or so elders could not see the situation clearly, from Luo Hai's panic cries from time to time, they could still infer that Luo Hai was at a complete disadvantage. From time to time, blood that contained a huge amount of energy would sprinkle down from the clouds. Every drop of blood contained a terrifying power. It was round like a gem, and when it fell to the ground, it would smash a huge hole in the ground. This was the blood of an Origin King. Supreme Elder, Bing Long called out in a trembling voice, "What is the situation now?" Luo Li's beautiful eyes were deep as she stared at the void and whispered, "I'm afraid Luo Hai won't make it." Everyone was horrified and could hardly believe their ears. Luo Hai was a second-order Origin King, and even if a third-order master took action personally, they might not be able to kill him. At his level of strength, even if he was no match for his opponent, he would still have the ability to escape and try to make a comeback. However, Luo Li had just given Luo Hai a poor evaluation. This meant that Luo Hai was very likely to die here today. Could it be that Yang Kai and Su Yin, with their dual bodies, could display even more terrifying combat power than a third-order Origin King? Was this the power of a Star Emperor token? Everyone was a little dazed for a moment. At that moment, Yang Kai's laughter rang out again, mixed with Luo Hai's exasperated curses. The entire sky was in chaos. The fluctuating space force caused the space around the battlefield to collapse. Huge space cracks swam about like the mouth of a beast that could devour everything. Crimson blood continued to sprinkle down onto the ice peaks of Pure Ice Island. This destructive energy caused many ice peaks to collapse, turning the entire Pure Ice Island into a mess. Bing Long and the others were deeply shocked. A battle of this level was not something they could touch. Even if they wanted to watch, they couldn't see it clearly, let alone feel the aftershocks and fluctuations of the battle. Only Luoli could barely see something. However, as time passed and the territory in the sky became chaotic, even she was unable to observe the situation there. Luohai's curses had long since subsided, and it seemed that he no longer had the energy to do such a thing. However, his aura was clearly weakening. Die. Suddenly, Yang Kai's roar rang out from the void, accompanied by Luohai's scream of horror. A halo of light suddenly burst out, radiating in all directions. The ripples spread out fiercely into the distance. A large amount of blood fell from the sky like rain, along with some severed limbs and pieces of flesh. The aura belonging to Luohai was suddenly annihilated. Luo Li's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip as her tender body trembled uncontrollably. She was aware of what had just happened. The earth-shaking battle subsided at this moment, and the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley didn't even dare to breathe, all of them staring at the void in horror. The chaotic sky showed signs of regaining its clarity, and the huge cracks began to close. Gradually, a golden and white light appeared in everyone's field of vision while Luohai had long since disappeared. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring out from this ball of light, overlooking all around. This gaze was cold and ruthless, with a faint trace of scarlet. Everyone who met this gaze couldn't help shuddering. Luo Li couldn't help taking a deep breath as she gulped, her heart in her throat. However, what made her feel at ease was that the scarlet gaze from the ball of light quickly retracted and a loud dragon roar and phoenix cry rang out as the ball of light flickered and suddenly disappeared. No one knew where it had gone. The dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley were unable to calm their emotions for a long time, none of them daring to speak, all of them pushing their divine senses to carefully investigate their surroundings. It wasn't until half a day later that the ball of light still hadn't appeared that they gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai didn't intend to kill them all, otherwise, today's Pure Ice Island would have become a bloodbath. Green Mountain Star, Star-Lord Divine Palace. At the very center of the Star-Lord Divine Palace, there was a huge square, and in the middle of the square stood a humanoid statue about 300 feet tall. At first glance, it was obvious that this statue was the work of a great master, as the carving was extremely lifelike and full of charm. The original form of this statue was Luohai himself. As the Star Master, Luohai naturally had such an honor, and this statue in Star-Lord Divine Palace was a symbol of his status as Green Mountain's Star Master. Below the statue, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged, seemingly comprehending something from the statue, each of them immersed in it. Suddenly, a crackling sound rang out, and this movement was immediately noticed. The several cultivators sitting at the front frowned, opened their eyes, and looked around, wanting to know where the sound came from, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find anything suspicious. Just as they were about to close their eyes and continue meditating, another cracking sound rang out, this time even clearer than before. Finally noticing something, they looked up at the huge humanoid statue. At first glance, they couldn't help feeling stunned. Master Luohai's statue has a crack. What? Impossible. How could Master Luohai's statue have a crack? This statue is closely connected to the star source of the stars and Master Luohai's own aura. Now that a crack has appeared, could it be that Master Luohai is in danger? Nonsense. Master Luohai is Green Mountain's Star-Lord. His strength is unfathomable. How could he be in danger? There really is a crack. The news was like a gust of wind, instantly sweeping through all the cultivators who were meditating here. The thousands of cultivators all raised their heads and looked at the crack that was gradually increasing in size. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Everyone can rest assured, Master Luohai is connected to Green Mountain Star's destiny, so even if he encounters danger, he will definitely be able to turn it into a blessing and return safely. There is no need to panic. Yes, how could a character like Master Luohai fall so easily? There's no need to make a fuss. Someone immediately chimed in, obviously worshipping Luohai to the extreme. But as soon as this person's voice fell, a crashing sound came from the huge humanoid statue. Immediately afterwards, the towering statue broke apart and shattered into pieces. Boulders fell from the sky and mercilessly smashed into the ground. The nearby cultivators were all dumbfounded, their eyes trembling as they hurriedly used their movement skills to flee. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk The statue collapsed, causing the square to shake violently and sending up a cloud of dust. At the same time, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to shake, and some of the stronger cultivators could clearly feel that the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star seemed to have weakened. Master Luo Hai fell? On the square, the thousands of cultivators with different cultivation bases immediately realized what had happened after a brief moment of silence and astonishment. This statue was closely connected to Luo Hai himself and the star source of Green Mountain Star, so the statue being destroyed was the only explanation. Luo Hai was dead. Everyone could hardly believe it. How could such a powerful cultivator like Luo Hai die? Who did it? Which bastard did it? If I find out, I'll tear him to pieces. Someone roared angrily, his face twisted. The one who killed Master Luo Hai is the public enemy of my Green Mountain Star. Everyone who sees him must kill him. Everyone must kill him. On the square, countless cultivators roared with righteous indignation. Luo Hai might have nothing to do with them, and perhaps they had never even seen his face, but Luo Hai was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. The fall of a Star Master would affect Green Mountain Star, and the loss of its Yuan Qi would not be restored in a short time unless another Origin King came to Green Mountain Star to refine its star source. In other words, the fall of Luo Hai had caused a certain degree of loss to all of Green Mountain Star. The one who killed Luo Hai naturally became their enemy. While the cultivator roared, many people's expressions changed as they took out communication artifacts and poured their divine senses into them, spreading this shocking news to their friends, family, and sect elders. A day later, everyone on Green Mountain Star knew that Star Master Luo Hai had fallen. A month later, this news spread throughout the entire Star Territory. The entire Star Territory was shaken. There were many different opinions about Luo Hai's death. Some said that it was one of the old monsters who had not appeared in the world who killed Luo Hai, while others said that Luo Hai had wandered into some dangerous place and failed to escape. As for how he died and who killed him, no one knew for the time being. However, this was undoubtedly explosive news. There were not many Origin Kings in the entire Star Territory, and the death of any one of them could cause a sensation. What's more, the one who died this time was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai, a second-order Origin King. The news quickly spread to Scarlet Wave Star, and Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Luo Li ordered that no one on the island should reveal what happened that day, or else she would personally clean up the sect. To be honest, what happened that day was only known to the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley. The ordinary cultivators had no idea what happened, only that a shocking battle broke out over Pure Ice Island. Who was fighting, who won, and who lost? None of them were able to tell. Chapter 1657. Pure Ice Island. Inside the Ice Palace, the island's top leaders had gathered. Luo Li sat at the head of the table while Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the other elders sat on either side. An elder was reporting on the restoration of the island's barriers and spirit arrays. The last shocking battle had almost destroyed all the barriers and spirit arrays on Pure Ice Island. During this time, the spirit arrays had been constantly being repaired and were finally completed today. However, the collapsed ice peaks could no longer be restored to their former glory. Fortunately, they had evacuated in advance, so there were no casualties, which was a rare piece of good news. Luo Li kept her eyes closed until the elder finished her report and gently nodded, but she did not speak. Bing Long glanced at her before turning to look at another person and asking, 13th Elder, is there any news of that person? Hearing this, 13th Elder Yu Xueqing shook her head sadly. No, we searched for him for a year without any news. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear at that time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to find him. This time, if he wants to deliberately hide his whereabouts, we won't be able to find him. Huh. Bing Long sighed. There's no need to look for him. Luo Li suddenly opened her eyes and said lightly, Supreme Elder, if he doesn't want you to find him, what can you do? Moreover, after such a battle, he will definitely need to heal his wounds. Heal his wounds? Bing Long and the others raised their brow, looking a little surprised, but they quickly reacted. You mean, he used his forbidden strength, so he must pay a price, Luo Li said lightly. He's injured? Ran Yunting's eyes lit up as a look of eagerness appeared on her face. If that's the case, then shouldn't we? Before she could finish speaking, Luo Li suddenly glared at her coldly, causing Ran Yunting to fall silent, unable to say a word. It has not been easy for my Ice Heart Valley to survive until now. My lifelong wish is not to advance Ice Heart Valley further, but to preserve the foundation of our ancestors. Do you understand? Luo Li's beautiful eyes swept the crowd with endless majesty. Everyone was shocked as they understood the meaning of Luo Li's words, and quickly got up and respectfully said, Understood. It's good that you understand. If you understand, don't cause trouble for Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yunting's face paled as she said in a trembling voice, Wrong. Luo Li nodded slightly, very satisfied with her attitude. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Tell the people looking for him to withdraw. He will come back. He's coming back? Some of the elders who did not know what was going on paled. The battle where Yang Kai killed Luo Hai that day had really frightened them, and when they thought that this person might return to Pure Ice Island again, they couldn't help feeling uneasy. Bing Long also seemed to know something and said with a smile, There is still one person left on Pure Ice Island, so he should naturally come back. Ran Yunting pondered for a moment before asking thoughtfully, Valley Master, are you talking about Qingya? Yes. Qingya and Su Yin joined Ice Heart Valley together, so their relationship is very close. Even if Yang Kai doesn't come back, Su Yin will definitely return. Then, do you want to talk to Qingya? Ran Yunting frowned. This queen went to see her a few days ago. Bing Long smiled bitterly. Oh? What was the result? Does she know the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Su Yin? Does she know Yang Kai's attitude towards my Ice Heart Valley? Ran Yunting asked. Although this queen went to see her, I was unable to meet with her, Bing Long said with an embarrassed look on her face. What's going on? The group of elders was extremely surprised. Yang Kai left a stone mongoose puppet to protect her. When this queen tried to approach, she was beaten back by that stone mongoose puppet. Bing Long explained with a trace of lingering fear in her eyes. Bing Long explained with a wry smile, a look of lingering fear on her face. If Qingya hadn't stopped it in time, this queen might have been injured. That stone mongoose puppet is so powerful? Ran Yunting's face changed drastically. She had seen the stone mongoose puppet before. When she had ordered Bing Dai to kill Qingya, it had been the stone mongoose puppet that had protected her, but at that time, all her attention had been on Yang Kai and Su Yin, so she hadn't paid much attention to this strange creature. Now that Bing Long mentioned it, she realized just how extraordinary the stone mongoose puppet was. In a head-on confrontation, I am definitely not its opponent, Bing Long said solemnly. A series of gasps rang out. Bing Long was Ice Heart Valley's #1 origin returning realm master, one of the top masters on Scarlet Wave Star, but even she was not its opponent. Didn't this mean the stone mongoose puppet had strength close to the origin king realm? What kind of existence was it? Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Li, expecting her to explain. Don't look at me like that. I don't know the origin of that stone mongoose puppet. Perhaps it is a puppet that has survived from ancient times, or perhaps it is some kind of strange creature. Even Supreme Elder doesn't know? Everyone was shocked. In their understanding, Supreme Elder was almost omnipotent, but today, that understanding was shattered. And the root of all this was Yang Kai. That girl named Qingya is still grateful to Ice Heart Valley. Otherwise, she would not have prevented the stone mongoose puppet from attacking Bing Long. Don't disturb her. Just order people to take good care of her. Yang Kai and Su Yin will come here again and take her away. Yes. Bing Long nodded respectfully. Next time he comes, make sure you don't act rudely. Luo Li left these words before suddenly disappearing. All the elders looked at each other before dispersing, leaving only Ran Yunting behind, a look of endless regret on her face. Inside the sealed world bead, in the loft where Xianing Chong had lived before, Yang Kai and Su Yin sat cross-legged opposite each other, their palms pressed together. The Saint Qi in the two's bodies blended together, and an inexplicable aura filled the air around them. Both of their faces were slightly pale. The battle with Luo Hai seemed simple and easy, but in order to use such terrifying strength, both Yang Kai and Su Yin had paid a huge price. As such, after the battle, Yang Kai immediately left Ice Heart Valley, not even bothering with Qingya, to find a place to heal in peace. To some extent, Luo Li's vision was quite sharp. Fortunately, this time he had used the Star Emperor token with Su Yin, so even though the price he had to pay was huge, it was not unbearable for the two of them. Yang Kai felt quite lucky. If Su Yin had not shared the burden with him at that time, and he had instead used the Star Emperor token alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The pressure of the great emperors was not something he could bear. Around the two of them were a number of Saint Crystal sources, and beside them were several empty jade bottles filled with pills that had long since been consumed. Pure energy poured into the two's bodies, healing their injuries and latent dangers. As time passed, the two's complexions gradually regained their rosy color, and their auras gradually stabilized. One day, Yang Kai let out a long breath and opened his eyes. What greeted him was Su Yan's beautiful eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. After more than 3 months of healing, their injuries had finally healed. "Junior brother, did you break through?" Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of surprise. It seems so. Yang Kai finally noticed the changes in his body. Before the battle with Luo Hai, he had been at the peak of the second-order origin returning realm, but after this battle, he had now broken through to the third order. Even he had not noticed when he had broken through. It may have been because the amount of energy the great emperors had poured into his body was so great that he had silently broken through his bottleneck. Moreover, his current realm was extremely stable, so there was no need for Yang Kai to expend any more effort. "You too." Yang Kai glanced over at Su Yin and was surprised to find that her cultivation was the same as his own, third-order origin realm. Su Yin pursed her lips and smiled. All the light in the world seemed to gather on Su Yan's body, making her look incomparably beautiful. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before reaching out and holding Su Yan's small hand, his heart rippling. "Su Yin." Su Yan's face blushed as she naturally realized what he was thinking and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Honored master and the others are waiting outside." Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and was surprised to find that his acquaintances and friends had long since heard the news and were waiting outside. Almost all the masters from the 3 clans had gathered in front of the loft, but no one spoke, all of them simply standing there and waiting quietly. Yang Kai scratched his head and gritted his teeth. "In any case, we've already waited for so long. There's no need to rush." Saying so, he transformed into his wolf form and pushed Su Yin to the ground. The door of the loft opened and Yang Kai and Su Yin appeared in front of Ling Tai-su and the others. Everyone hurriedly stepped forward and inquired about the situation. Xia Ning Cheng's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable anxiety and concern. When Yang Kai and Su Yin suddenly appeared in the sealed world bead, their auras were weak, as if they had suffered heavy injuries. Xianing Chong was naturally shocked and quickly arranged for them to treat their injuries while at the same time spreading the news. It was not until today, 3 months later, that the two of them finally appeared. "Yang Kai, are you all right?" Ling Tai-su was the first to ask. "Thank you for your concern, Grandmaster, but I'm fine now." "Smelly brat, I was so worried about you." Fourth Master Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to say that he was so worried about him, but he seemed to feel that it was a bit embarrassing, so he quickly pushed Dong Suju out to take the blame. Dong Suju stood next to Fourth Master Yang, biting her red lips tightly. Her nose twitched slightly, and large drops of tears welled up in her eyes. She looked like she wanted to cry, but she forced herself not to make a sound. "Mother, don't worry, I'm fine." Yang Kai grinned and patted himself, as if he was very strong. This time, Dong Suju's suppressed emotions finally broke out and she burst into tears, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many masters from the human, demon, and monster clans present, she probably would have rushed up and hugged her precious son in her arms and doted on him. "Smelly brat." Fourth Master Yang was about to die from anger, and he glared at Yang Kai. What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for? Dong Suju pounded forth Master Yang's iron-like body with her small fists. Why are you yelling at my son? Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. He thought to himself, your son is my son, isn't it? I won't lose anything by yelling at him. What a mess. Feeling extremely depressed in my heart, I could only stand in place obediently and let Dong Suju pummel me as she pleased, not moving an inch. Chapter 1658. Meeting with his family and friends, he could feel their care and concern. Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. He suddenly realized that his decision to return to Tongxian realm and bring these people out was a wise one. Green trees had roots, and flowing water had a source. These people from Tongxian realm were Yang Kai's roots and Yang Kai's source. A tree without roots and water without a source was destined to not last long. Inside the sealed world bead, in order to celebrate Su Yan's return, the three clans held a grand banquet, creating a lively atmosphere. Toasts were exchanged and toasts were exchanged. Regardless of cultivation, age, or high, everyone was a part of the festivities. Yang Kai was directly downed by the masters of the three clans and woke up with a splitting headache. Later, Yang Kai accompanied his parents for 2 more days to fulfill his filial piety before hurriedly leaving the sealed world bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai taught Su Yin the monster transformation secret art. Now that Su Yin had obtained the Ice Phoenix source, she could also use the monster transformation secret art to develop the source strength in her body and strengthen herself. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal was also left behind. This supreme treasure was originally used to store the sun's true essence, but now it was useless in Yang Kai's hands. But for Su Yin, it was an extremely powerful auxiliary treasure. With the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, Su Yan's speed would increase by at least 30%. After arranging everything, Yang Kai set off in the direction of Ice Heart Valley again. Pure Ice Island was peaceful. They seemed to have recovered from the aftermath of the shocking battle a few days ago. Those who had to go into seclusion were in seclusion. The days were calm and tranquil. On the outer island, at the foot of an ice peak, a woman in a white dress was cleaning the ice path when suddenly a gust of wind blew past her. The woman could not help shivering as an inexplicable feeling of panic rose in her heart. She raised her head suspiciously and looked around, but found nothing. Feeling a little puzzled, she thought for a while before shaking her head and continuing to clean the ice path. In front of an ice peak not far from this woman, a figure strangely appeared. His footsteps did not stop as he delicately walked towards an ice room. After a short while, he arrived in front of the ice room. Looking at the restriction array in front of him, he smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to point at the void in front of him. A layer of ripples spread out, and the restrictions were broken. He directly walked in. Within the ice room, Qinya was currently sitting cross-legged on the floor with her hands supporting her cheeks. She was currently looking at the stone mongoose. She seemed to be very interested in the stone mongoose. Yang Kai and Su Yin had killed 2 Origin Kings in a row with shocking means and immediately retreated after the battle, not caring about her. Regarding this, Qinya had no complaints. She vaguely guessed that Yang Kai and Su Yin might have been injured, so she did not linger. Besides, even though Yang Kai had left, he had left behind this strange stone mongoose to protect her. Qinya naturally wouldn't have any complaints. She also knew that Yang Kai and Su Yin would definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to take her away. Over the past few days, Qinya had been in seclusion, waiting patiently in the ice room. Whenever she felt bored, she would stare at the stone mongoose like this. She found that although the stone puppet had sentience, unfortunately, no matter what she said, it would not respond to her and would only follow her closely. Little guy, when do you think Yang Kai and Su Yin will come? Qinya sighed. Once, she was proud of Ice Heart Valley, but after what happened last time, she couldn't wait to leave this place, to leave this sect that had made her sad and almost killed her. Why don't you say something? Qinya stretched out her hand and flicked the stone mongoose's forehead. Although her finger hurt, the stone mongoose blinked its eyes blankly. Qinya was amused by its appearance and couldn't help giggling. You're in a good mood. Suddenly, a voice called out. Qinya's face changed drastically and she instinctively circulated her Saint Qi, but when she realized who this voice belonged to, She immediately turned around in pleasant surprise. A young man stood there with a bright smile on his face, as if he was a ray of sunshine that dispelled the cold and darkness in the ice room. The stone mongoose's two beady eyes also flashed an amazing light as it crawled over to the young man's side, stretched out its thick fingers, and pointed to itself before pointing to Chinya, as if it wanted to say something but couldn't. Got it. You've done a great job guarding this place, so you should be praised. The young man patted the stone mongoose's head. The stone mongoose's small eyes narrowed, obviously enjoying this praise. Yang Kai, Chinya whispered, her face immediately turning red. It seemed that he had seen her talking to herself just now, which made Chinya feel a little embarrassed. But soon, Chinya adjusted her expression and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai shook his head. "If I wasn't, I wouldn't have appeared here." "That's good. Where's Su Yin?" Chinya's face changed as she didn't see Su Yin anywhere, and subconsciously thought something bad had happened. "Su Yin is in a very safe place." Yang Kai motioned her not to be nervous. "I came here to take you away. Are you ready?" Chinya took a deep breath and nodded seriously. "I've been ready for a long time." "Then let's go." Yang Kai tilted his head before suddenly frowning, stroking his chin with his hand as he smiled faintly. "Oh, I was discovered." At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the ice room. "Young man Yang, since you've come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you have time, why don't you come to Pure Ice Peak?" "Supreme Elder." Chinya's beautiful face paled as she exclaimed. She recognized that this voice belonged to Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, Luo Li. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at her before turning his gaze towards a certain spot in the void, a subtle grin appearing on his face as he said loudly, "Senior's hospitality, this junior will accept. Then this queen will wait for you at Pure Ice Peak." Luo Li's voice fell, and the divine sense in the void disappeared. "Let's go." Yang Kai beckoned to Chinya. "Yang Kai." Chinya's face was full of worry. "Don't worry, she has no malicious intent." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing what he said, Chinya was completely relieved and quickly followed Yang Kai out. Arriving in front of the ice room, Chinya couldn't help calling out in surprise as she found that there were more than a dozen people standing in front of it, from the Valley Master to the various great elders. She didn't know when they had all gathered here, but they seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai appear, everyone's expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Yang Kai's expression, however, remained unchanged as he stepped forward to greet them. "Young Master Yang." Bing Long gently nodded to Yang Kai as a greeting, but the way she addressed Yang Kai had changed. It was obvious that the shocking battle that day had had a huge impact on her heart. "Senior Bing Long." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "This mistress wouldn't dare." Bing Long quickly waved her hand. "If young Master Yang doesn't mind, just call this mistress Bing Long." It was obvious that Bing Long was relieved. Before coming here, she was really worried that Yang Kai wouldn't give her any face or speak rudely, so she had mentally prepared herself to endure this humiliation. But Yang Kai's attitude was as amiable as the wind, making her feel like she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. It seemed that he really didn't have any hostility towards Ice Heart Valley, causing Bing Long to feel like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. "Then I'll have to trouble Valley Master Bing to lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. "This way, please." Bing Long stepped aside and made way. Yang Kai stepped forward. In the crowd, Ran Yun Ting's expression changed several times before she finally couldn't hold back and asked, "What about Su Yin? Where is she? What is her situation?" Yang Kai stopped, turned around, and glanced at Ran Yun Ting faintly. The hearts of the dozen or so elders immediately rose to their throats, and even Bing Long wore a nervous look as she kept winking at Ran Yun Ting. Ran Yun Ting turned a deaf ear to this and met Yang Kai's eyes with a bitter smile. "I'm not qualified to be her honored master, but right now, I just want to know if Su Yin is safe." "She's safe. Thank you for your concern." Yang Kai responded faintly. "As long as she's safe." Ran Yun Ting breathed a sigh of relief. "From now on, Su Yin has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai said before continuing forward. Ran Yun Ting's body trembled as the bitterness on her face deepened. Most of the dozen or so elders also sighed and slowly shook their heads, their expressions dim. Pure Ice Peak was the central ice peak of Pure Ice Island. It wasn't the tallest or most majestic ice peak, but it had the richest world energy aura. Ice Heart Valley's supreme elder Luoli cultivated on Pure Ice Peak. It was rumored that there was an eternal cold pond on Pure Ice Peak which overflowed with ice chi that had a great effect on ice attribute cultivators. When the group arrived at the foot of Pure Ice Peak, Bing Long and the others stopped and said, "This is Pure Ice Peak. Supreme Elder is waiting for you at the summit. Young Master Yang, please." Without the Supreme Elder's summons, no one was allowed to enter Pure Ice Peak, so Bing Long and the others could only wait below. Yang Kai nodded before turning back to Qingya and saying, "Wait for me here for a while." "All right," Qingya nodded. Yang Kai then walked up the white jade-like steps. Along the way, a cold wind blew, and the ice chi domain that filled the air was enough to freeze space itself. Yang Kai, however, was not affected in the slightest, and as he walked forward, he was still in the mood to take in the scenery around him. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the top of the peak. As far as the eye could see, the peak of the mountain could be seen in a single glance. It was extremely simple and crude, and there weren't any bejeweled buildings as one would expect. There was only a thatched hut covered in snow at a certain location on the peak, and it was leaking in all directions. Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Bing Long was sitting cross-legged in this thatched hut. In front of her was a stone table on which a teapot was simmering, and white steam was rising from it. There seemed to be some kind of energy surrounding the hut that was isolating it from the cold wind. When Yang Kai arrived, the tea had just finished pouring. Luoli opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and gestured, "Young man, please sit." Yang Kai cupped his fists and nodded. "Junior will accept." Saying so, he walked straight into the hut and sat down cross-legged opposite Luoli. Chapter 1659. Seeing his calm appearance, Luoli nodded secretly before reaching out and pouring a cup of tea for Yang Kai, saying, "Try this Queen's Snow Peak Stamen." The clear tea trickled out and a delicate fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's expression changed. Lifting the teacup to his nose, he sniffed it a few times, his face revealing an intoxicated expression. Soon after, he tilted his head back and drank the entire cup of tea. Even a leaf was bitten into his mouth, constantly chewing on it. Luoli was slightly startled but immediately smiled and said, "Young man Yang, it seems you haven't dabbled much in the way of tea." "I haven't studied it." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I've been so busy these past few years that I haven't had the time or inclination to study such things." "That's only natural. Young man is so young yet already possesses such a shocking cultivation. Naturally, you're a hard-working person. Senior is too kind, but although this junior doesn't dabble much in the way of tea, he can still taste that this tea has the effect of purifying one's mind and suppressing one's desires. Senior giving me this tea as soon as you arrived. What are you worried about?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Luoli sighed faintly. "Young man Yang, why ask a question you already know the answer to?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, "Little brat, I won't beat around the bush." Ice Heart Valley's attitude and actions really made me angry. For a moment, I even wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley. Luoli's expression remained unchanged as she stared quietly at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. But now that I think about it, it was just a hot-blooded impulse at the time. In fact, there was no need to do so. Moreover, even if I really wanted to do so, Su Yin would not have agreed. Hearing Yang Kai mention Su Yin, a trace of sadness flashed across Luoli's face. Su Yin is a good child. I have taught her several times, and her comprehension, aptitude, and temperament are all excellent. If not for today's incident, Su Yin would have become the pillar of my Ice Heart Valley and led it to a new height of glory. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Yang Kai smiled coldly. This time, it was Ice Heart Valley's fault, and it was Luoli's fault. "Young man, Master Yang, for being magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones, Luoli sincerely thanks you." Saying so, Luoli got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, but his expression eased as he thought for a moment and said, "Senior is too serious. Senior is an Origin King Realm Master, while this Junior is just a third-order Origin returning Realm Cultivator. Senior is too polite. Luo Li shook her head. I would rather bully the old than bully the young. I am old, but the young man still has a bright future ahead of him. Although I am a little short-sighted, I know that the young man's future will be bright. Yang Kai laughed. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. After laughing for a moment, Yang Kai said solemnly, since Senior wishes to be so frank, this Junior will tell Senior the truth. From now on, Su Yin and Qingya are no longer part of Ice Heart Valley, and I will no longer pursue all of Ice Heart Valley's previous actions. A faint sadness flashed across Luo Li's face as she nodded lightly. Good. It is my Ice Heart Valley's fault for not having the blessings and opportunities. It's good that Senior thinks so. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Luo Li was quite easy to talk to. Although Yang Kai had come here mainly to take Qingya away, he also intended to meet with Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder and draw a clear line between Su Yin and Ice Heart Valley. After all, Ice Heart Valley had raised and taught Su Yin and Qingya for more than 30 years, so their contributions were enormous. Although their actions at the last moment had made Yang Kai extremely angry and disappointed, there were still some things that needed to be said clearly. Good. Now that we've finished discussing our private matters, let's talk business. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Luo Li with a grin, as if he was a scheming businessman who was about to make a profit. Luo Li was stunned. Business? What business? Even with her intelligence, she was unable to keep up with Yang Kai's sudden change in mindset. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley have been fighting on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, and there is an indelible blood feud between them. Countless people from Ice Heart Valley have died at the hands of Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator. Now that Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Qi Hua has been killed by me, does Senior not have any thoughts on this matter? Yang Kai looked at Luo Li with a smile and said slowly, for example, cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots to prevent future trouble. Luo Li's face changed as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. This young man is quite ruthless. Humph, if one isn't ruthless, they won't be able to stand firm, Yang Kai sneered. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. This sentence is quite amusing. It seems this queen has underestimated this young man. Then what does Senior mean? I won't hide it from young man. This queen has long had such an idea. With Qi Hua dead, Brilliant Flame Sect is like a headless dragon. This is indeed a good opportunity to resolve the 10,000 years of grievance between our two sects, but this queen is powerless. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Is Senior referring to the hidden injuries and hidden dangers to her soul? Young man's vision is quite sharp. Luo Li did not deny it. The hidden injuries in her body were caused by a mistake in her cultivation last time. As for the hidden dangers to her soul, they were left behind when she decided to give up on Su Yin. The latter made the former situation even worse, which was why Luo Li had been biding her time. Otherwise, according to the grievances between the two sects, Luo Li would have gone to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range and uprooted Brilliant Flame Sect as early as the day Qi Hua was beheaded. Even so, with Senior's means, is there really no way to deal with Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Young man must be joking. Luo Li shook her head and laughed. Luo Li laughed and shook her head. If this queen was at her peak, she may have had a 70% chance of breaking through Brilliant Flame Sect's mountain defending array, but in the current situation, it will be difficult. Although Brilliant Flame Sect does not have an Origin King Realm Master, there are still many peak Origin returning Realm Masters in the sect. With their mountain defending array, they may be able to trap this queen. It seems I underestimated Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai stroked his chin as a dignified look appeared on his face. After all, this was a huge sect with 10,000 years of inheritance, so it should have some kind of heritage. However, what if I can restore Senior to her peak, remove all the hidden injuries and hidden dangers, and with my assistance? Yang Kai suddenly smiled strangely. What? Luo Li was startled and frowned. You mean you can restore me to my peak? But with my injuries, ordinary pills are useless. Only Origin King-grade spirit pills will have an effect, and they must be specific Origin King-grade spirit pills. Saying so, Luoli seemed to realize something and her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Could it be that this young man is also an Origin King Great Alchemist?" Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything, appearing enigmatic as he said, "Whether or not that is the case, Senior should wait and see. I need these materials, and with Ice Heart Valley's heritage, they should be able to provide them. Senior, please listen carefully." Yang Kai listed a list of herbs, all of which were Origin King Grade. Luoli was completely dumbfounded. While memorizing these names carefully, she stared at Yang Kai with a strange look, her tender body trembling uncontrollably. All signs indicated that this young man really was an Origin King Great Alchemist, and at the very least, he had an Origin King Great Alchemist behind him. Otherwise, why would he need so many herbs? Luoli's heart was filled with stormy waves that she was unable to calm down for a long time. Origin King Great Alchemists were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the entire starfield, the number of which could be counted on one hand. All of these alchemists were famous existences, and even a peak third-order Origin King would have to treat them with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. They were the true nobles of Star Territory. If this young man in front of her was really an Origin King Great Alchemist, Ice Heart Valley's loss this time would be huge. At the thought of this, Luoli's vision darkened and she almost fainted. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good, so she managed to suppress the shock in her heart and maintain her consciousness. These materials shouldn't be difficult to find, right? Yang Kai looked at Luoli. "I'll send someone to the storehouse to check. The materials that young hero mentioned should be in stock in the storehouse." "Good, I also need a secret room. This queen will arrange it." Luoli nodded immediately. "Good, in 3 days, I will come back here again. Senior, please wait and see." Yang Kai stood up. "Young man Yang." Luoli also got up and called out, "Is there something else, Senior? I want to ask, why did you deliberately try to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect? Although Wei Feng insulted Su Yin, he is already dead. Besides that, Brilliant Flame Sect doesn't seem to have provoked young man, right? You can't be doing all this to help our Ice Heart Valley." "Who said they didn't provoke me?" Yang Kai snorted. "They have provoked me several times. But of course, that is not the main reason. I want to deal with Brilliant Flame Sect because I want their heavenly thunder fire." Luoli's face changed as she whispered, "Young man's appetite is quite big. The heavenly thunder fire is the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect and is rumored to have gained sentience. The reason why this queen does not dare to intrude into Brilliant Flame Sect is because of this heavenly thunder fire." "Is that so? That's great. For Senior to be so wary of this heavenly thunder fire, it seems to be quite extraordinary. I must obtain it." Yang Kai laughed happily. "You?" Luoli stared at Yang Kai in amazement, thinking that this person was really a madman. Even she was afraid of the heavenly thunder fire, yet he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. What kind of confidence did he have? Hopefully, he isn't someone with high ambitions. Luoli prayed secretly in her heart. Her expression changed a few times as Luoli seemed to have made a major decision and said again, "Young man Yang, if there is a chance, can you let Su Yin come see this queen again? This queen has something to discuss with her." Kai Yang looked at her seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, "Good. I'll have Su Yin come to see you tonight. I'll take my leave now." "Many thanks, young man." Luoli nodded gently. Yang Kai descended Pure Ice Peak, and Qingya, who had been waiting for him at the foot of the peak, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief when she saw him return safely. Bing Long apparently received a message from Luoli and immediately greeted him, "Young Master Yang, please come with me." "Many thanks." A short time later, Yang Kai was arranged to stay in a loft on the inner island, and the herbs he had requested before were gathered in just half an hour and delivered to him by Bing Long. Chapter 1660. Su Yin was released from the sealed world bead by Yang Kai and went to Pure Ice Peak alone. Although Yang Kai did not know why Luoli wanted to see Su Yin, he could feel that this woman had no malice towards her. He even faintly felt that this was an opportunity for Su Yin. Su Yin's strange appearance shocked the Ice Heart Valley elder who had been guarding outside the loft. She had not seen Su Yin enter the loft at all, but the other party had walked out from inside. For a moment, she could not figure out what was going on. Yang Kai remained inside the loft and began to perform alchemy. Origin King grade spirit pills were not something that could be refined at will. According to Yang Kai's understanding of the true alchemic way, if one wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, they needed an excellent pill spirit. Only when a pill spirit had a spirit could the pill refined be called a spirit pill. Yang Kai defined a pill spirit as a high-quality monster-beast-monster core. A monster-beast-monster core contained the essence of a monster beast, so naturally, it had a high level of spirit and met the requirements. Yang Kai did not have a 10th order monster-beast-monster core, nor did Iceheart Valley, but Iceheart Valley had a lot of peak 9th order monster-beast-monster cores. Among the materials they had provided before this, there was one. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai remained in retreat. From time to time, some strange sounds and movements would come from the loft, followed by a rich fragrance. Bing Long and the others, who had already heard some news from Luoli, were dumbfounded as they stood guard outside the loft, their jaws dropping in shock. Yang Kai turned out to be an excellent alchemist. Although they did not know if he could refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, this alone was enough to show that his attainments in the alchemic Tao were not shallow. But how was this possible? Yang Kai did not look very old, and his cultivation being able to reach the 3rd order origin returning realm was already incredible enough. So how could he have the extra energy to study the alchemic Tao? What's more, he had walked so far down this path. Only now did Bing Long and the others realize what kind of terrifying existence Yang Kai was. Their gazes towards the attic gradually became reverent. As time passed, the abnormal movements coming from the loft became more and more obvious. Thousands of rays of light faintly flowed out, and the fragrance of pills floating in the air became more and more rich. When the fragrance entered everyone's nose, it made everyone feel refreshed and comfortable. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The door to the loft opened by itself. Yang Kai's voice came from inside. "Senior Ice Dragon, please come in and talk." Bing Long's expression turned serious as she hurried forward. Not long after he entered the loft, he came out again with a nervous yet excited expression. "Valley Master, what's the situation?" Great Elder Ran Yun Ting and the others eagerly watched. They had also received news that Yang Kai had been refining pills for the Great Elder these past few days. Naturally, they couldn't wait to know the results. Bing Long did not speak, simply revealing a white jade bottle in her hand before putting it back into her space ring and rushing towards Pure Ice Peak at an extremely fast speed. Did he really succeed? Ran Yun Ting's face went pale as she muttered to herself. The other elders looked at Bing Long's departing figure before turning to look at Ran Yun Ting, a few of them sighing slightly as a trace of blame flashed across their eyes. They all knew that if they were in Ran Yun Ting's position, when Chihua and Luo Hai arrived at Iceheart Valley, they might have made the same choice to abandon Su Yin and save the sect. However, Yang Kai's bizarre performance and great potential still made them regret it. If they had not done so at that time, and instead risked their lives to protect Su Yin, how much better would it have been? That way, they could have established a relationship with Yang Kai. An Origin King grade alchemist, how noble was that? Inside the loft, Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Refining the Origin King grade spirit pill this time had given him some insights, and Luoli also needed some time to refine the medicinal efficacies of the pill to heal her injuries and repair her mental trauma, so Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly meditate. When Luoli recovered from her injuries, it would be time to launch a large-scale attack on Brilliant Flame Sect. Part of the reason why Yang Kai wanted to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect was because of the Heavenly Thunder Fire. The masters he had met before from Brilliant Flame Sect had all used the Heavenly Thunder Fire secret technique, and this Heavenly Thunder Fire had a great effect on the Firebird artifact spirit. The other reason was naturally because they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Yang Kai himself had several frictions and grievances with this sect, so his impression of them was quite bad. A day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. In order to improve his alchemic Tao, he really needed to practice more. Refining an Origin King grade spirit pill had allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience, and if he had enough materials to practice regularly, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills would improve exponentially. Feeling someone cast their gaze over, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Qingya looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Senior Sister Qingya, if you have something to say, just say it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Do you also want me to help you refine some kind of spirit pill? No, no, no. Qingya quickly waved her hand, hesitating for a while before finally saying, it's about Qian Hao. Qian Hao. Yang Kai nodded. He was one of Ice Sect's elders and Qian Yu's older brother. Back then, he had come to Scarlet Wave Star with Qingya and Su Yin, but because of his different surname, he was unable to enter Ice Heart Valley. Fortunately, Ran Yunting arranged for him to join one of Ice Heart Valley's subordinate sects, and from what Yang Kai heard, he had been living quite well these past few years. You want him to leave that sect? Yang Kai immediately understood what Qingya meant. Now that Su Yin and I are no longer members of Ice Heart Valley, if Qian Hao still stays in that sect, he will inevitably be despised. Also, since we have all reunited now, there is no reason for Qian Hao to be left alone, so I want him to come back. That's easy, Yang Kai smiled lightly, releasing his divine sense to send a few words to someone. After a short while, he turned to Qingya with a smile and said, Qian Hao will come here tomorrow, and when the time comes, your Ice Sect disciples will be reunited. Thank you, Qingya said emotionally. In the past, Ice Sect was one of the largest forces in Tongxian realm. Although there weren't many members of the sect and its reputation wasn't prominent, any master with even a little bit of influence knew of its existence. As such, Ice Sect was able to remain in a remote corner of Tongxian realm. But now, there were only 4 people left in Ice Sect. Looking back on the past, Qingya cherished the present even more. Su Yin has found a good man. Qingya looked at Yang Kai with a gratified smile on her face. Ice Heart Valley's efficiency was extremely high, and the next day, Qian Hao really came to Pure Ice Island. After seeing Qingya, he felt a sense of familiarity and asked about her well-being. But after seeing Yang Kai, he was dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After rubbing his eyes a few times, Qian Hao confirmed that Yang Kai had really appeared in front of him and was not an illusion. Good, now that you've reunited after such a long time, you should have a lot to talk about. Relax, I'll send you to a place where someone is waiting for you. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said to Qingya and Qian Hao. The two of them didn't ask too much and immediately relaxed. Yang Kai opened his hand and an invisible force enveloped the two of them. In the next moment, Qingya and Qian Hao disappeared and reappeared inside the sealed world bead. When the brother and sister met, Qian Hao and Qian Yu wept with joy. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly received a message from Luo Li and immediately left the loft to go to Pure Ice Peak. Luo Li's voice was much better than before, probably due to the effect of the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Yang Kai didn't know why she wanted him to go to Pure Ice Peak this time, but he vaguely guessed it was related to Su Yin. Since that day, Su Yin had entered Pure Ice Peak. She had not appeared again. Yang Kai wasn't worried though because from what he could sense, Su Yin was safe. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of Pure Ice Peak. The peak was as simple and crude as ever, with the exception of a small thatched hut. Luo Li was sitting cross-legged inside the hut, her aura stable and even her complexion rosy. Her injuries had obviously healed. You're here? Luo Li motioned to Yang Kai to sit down and talk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before frowning. Where's Su Yin? He didn't see any trace of Su Yin here. Young man and Su Yin seemed to have a kind of mysterious telepathy. Can't you tell where she is? Luo Li smiled but didn't answer. Is she testing me? Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he immediately cast his eyes towards a cold pond not far away. The cold pond was only about 5 feet square. The water in the pond was so clear that it was impossible to tell how deep it was. Above the cold pond, white smoke rose in spirals. The white smoke contained the purest ice energy. Yang Kai subconsciously released his divine sense, but soon let out a light sigh as his expression became dignified, not daring to act rashly. The last time he came here, he had noticed this cold pond, but at that time, he hadn't been able to observe it too carefully. This time, after using his divine sense to investigate it, Yang Kai was a little surprised. This cold pond actually contained some of the power of his territory. When Yang Kai tried to probe it with his divine sense, he was unable to extend it too far and was instead directly blocked and frozen. Because of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was comparable to a true origin king's. What was the origin of this cold pond? How could it possess such power? At the same time, Yang Kai could clearly feel that Su Yin was somewhere deep within the frozen pond. This is my Ice Heart Valley's Heavenly Blessings frozen pond. Luoli saw the confusion on Yang Kai's face and took the initiative to explain. Along with Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunderfire, it is one of Scarlet Wave Star's 2 divine tombs. Once one enters this Heavenly Blessings frozen pond, one's fortune will defy the heavens. What kind of miraculous effect does it have? Yang Kai stared at the cold pond with scorching eyes, also discovering its strangeness. For those with the ice attribute, the Heavenly Blessings frozen pond is a blessing from the heavens. The reason my Ice Heart Valley established its sect here is precisely because of this cold pond. It has the innate ability to transform a cultivator's physique, allowing the cultivator to better adapt to the ice attribute world energy. The elders of my Ice Heart Valley have all benefited from this cold pond. Yang Kai nodded lightly, remaining calm. Luo Li continued, before the origin kings of my Ice Heart Valley died, they would disperse their territory and pour the power of their territory into this cold pond. Anyone who enters this cold pond can comprehend the mysteries of the ice attribute domain and comprehend the mysteries of our territory's ice attribute domain. Chapter 1661. The Heavenly Blessings frozen pond is a top secret of my Ice Heart Valley. Only important figures are allowed to enter. The frozen pond is divided into 12 sections, and the deeper one goes, the more difficult and dangerous it becomes, but the more benefits one can obtain. Luo Li looked at Yang Kai and continued to explain. Oh, may I ask which section Senior was able to reach? Yang Kai asked with interest. The best this queen has ever done was to reach the 8th section. After that, this queen is powerless, Luo Li said with some shame on her face. Is Su Yin inside? Her aptitude is top-notch, and she is an ice crystal cultivator. Originally, I wanted to wait a few years before sending her into the frozen pond to search for opportunities, but unexpectedly, she broke through to the Third Order Origin returning realm in such a short time. Now, she is qualified to enter the frozen pond. Although she is no longer a member of my Ice Heart Valley, this is still a farewell gift from this queen to her. Many thanks, Senior, Yang Kai nodded. He naturally knew that Luo Li was doing this mainly to ease the relationship between him and Ice Heart Valley. In any case, the Heavenly Blessings frozen pond was right here, so whether Su Yin entered or not wouldn't have much of an impact. Allowing Su Yin to enter once was the best way to win him a favorable impression of Ice Heart Valley. Luo Li smiled lightly. It is my Ice Heart Valley who owes her. Young man Yang, there is no need to be polite. She should be coming out soon. I wonder which section she reached this time. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai's expression changed. Using his divine sense, he noticed that Su Yan's aura was slowly rising from the bottomless frozen pond. After a short while, a small vortex suddenly appeared above the frozen pond. This vortex rotated rapidly, forming a hollow space in the center of the frozen pond where an even more intense chill began to fill the air. After a while, a beautiful figure flew out of this vortex. A cold light accompanied this beautiful figure, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Even with his current strength, the moment he saw this cold light, he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, as if millions of needles were stabbing into his pores. Yang Kai's expression was stunned as he stared straight at this cold light. This is... Luo Li was also shocked as she looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, Su Yan's figure stood motionless, her ice-cold aura several times more tyrannical than it had been 10 days ago. In her right hand, she gripped a 3-meter-long sword that gleamed with a cold light. The piercing cold light was shining from the long sword. Yang Kai and Luo Li's eyes were instantly fixed on the long sword. The former was stunned for a moment before revealing a carefree smile, while the latter's face was filled with horror as her delicate body trembled slightly. The long sword in Su Yan's hand looked a little strange. Although it was about a meter long, it was extremely slender, not as thick as an ordinary long sword, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. A burst of cold light flowed endlessly on the sword. Su Yin raised the sword with one hand and gently stroked it with a finger. The sword buzzed as a cold light burst forth from it, and a terrifying ice attribute concept spread out from Su Yan's body. Pure Ice Peak, which was already extremely cold, was now on the verge of being completely frozen. The barrier outside the thatched hut made cracking sounds as if it couldn't bear the weight and was about to collapse. Profound frost? Luoli could no longer maintain her calm as she stood up and exclaimed, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at the thin, long sword in Su Yan's hand with a look of disbelief. Yang Kai observed Luo Li's expression and knew that Su Yan must have picked up a big bargain this time, one that Luo Li had never expected, causing him to burst into laughter. Su Yan also seemed to have finally recovered at this moment and turned her head to look down, the ice attribute concept around her suddenly dissipating as a warm smile appeared on her face. Her tender body flickered and she arrived in front of the thatched hut. "Junior brother, why are you here?" "Senior called me over," Yang Kai explained with a smile, his eyes flashing a faint light. He suddenly discovered that Su Yan's aura was extremely stable and was much stronger than when they had separated more than 10 days ago. Obviously, she had obtained great benefits in this heavenly fortune-frozen pond. Yang Kai's eyes once again fell on the thin, long sword, observing it up close. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing Origin King grade artifacts, he couldn't help feeling a little startled. There was an ice-cold aura in the thin and long sword. It condensed into an invisible sharp blade and stabbed into his mind, as if it was resisting his observation of it. "Su Yan, this sword, can you let this queen see it?" Luo Li recovered her composure and asked solemnly. "Please take a look, Supreme Elder." Su Yan respectfully held out the thin, long sword with both hands and handed it over. Luo Li stretched out her hand and grasped the sword. A brilliant light flashed across the sword. Following that, an unimaginable coldness emerged from the sword and started to invade Luo Li's body. Luo Li's small hand was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, a thin layer of ice forming on it. However, she seemed to have expected this to happen and simply flicked her wrist, shattering the layer of ice around her. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. This slender longsword seemed to be no small matter. Even without anyone controlling it, it was able to cause trouble for a powerhouse like Luo Li. If it was controlled by someone, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? With this long sword alone, Su Yan's combat power would soar by several levels. This is probably an Origin King grade top grade artifact, right? Yang Kai secretly guessed. It really is profound frost. Luo Li carefully observed the sword for a long time before nodding lightly, her expression somewhat emotional as she said, "I didn't expect that this queen would be able to see profound frost again in her lifetime." Yang Kai asked, "What is the origin of this sword?" A respectful look appeared on Luo Li's face as she quickly said, "It is the personal sword of my Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun." Yang Kai and Su Yan glanced at each other and could not help showing looks of shock. Ice Heart Valley had been around for 20 to 30,000 years, and rumor had it that its ancestral founder was a peak third-order Origin King, a true overlord of the Star Territory. However, although she had left behind her inheritance, Ice Heart Valley's development had not been smooth in the past 10,000 years. There had never been a supreme master like her in the sect, with the strongest being only a second-order Origin King. In this generation, Luo Li's cultivation was only at the first-order Origin King realm. It's actually ancestral founder's personal sword? Su Yan was also a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she said seriously, "Since it is ancestral founder's personal sword, it should be handed over to Supreme Elder for safekeeping. I didn't know this sword was so precious, so I brought it out." Luo Li slowly shook her head. "This queen is already very gratified that you can call me Supreme Elder. As for safekeeping this sword, haha, this queen is powerless." As she spoke, her entire arm, which was holding the sword, was covered in a layer of frost. She shattered one layer after another, and the situation became more and more severe. It spread straight to her chest, and in a moment, she was afraid that her entire body would be covered in frost. Luo Li did not dare to continue holding the sword, and instead handed profound frost back to Su Yan. "Since you were able to obtain it, It is your opportunity. This queen has no reason to take it back. Ancestral Founder left behind instructions that Profound Frost will choose its own master. If this queen keeps it, she will be violating her Ancestral Founder's instructions, a crime this queen cannot bear. But Su Yin seemed to want to say something. This is Profound Frost's choice, as well as Ancestral Founder's. Luo Li sighed. If Su Yin was still a member of Ice Heart Valley and obtained Profound Frost Sword, Luo Li would be extremely happy, but now that Su Yin was no longer a member of Ice Heart Valley, she had obtained the recognition of Profound Frost Sword, which was a huge loss for Ice Heart Valley. With the Ancestral Founder's instructions, Luo Li did not dare violate them. She wanted to ask Su Yin to return to Ice Heart Valley, but when she remembered the attitude she and Bing Long had shown before, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Since Senior has said so, Su Yin, just take it. As long as you have Ice Heart Valley in your heart, what difference does it make whether you belong to Ice Heart Valley or not? Yang Kai said lightly from the side. Luo Li glanced at him thoughtfully, a look of gratitude appearing on her face. Although Yang Kai's words were not very clear, Luo Li understood what he was implying. Although spilled water could not be taken back, with Profound Frost Sword as a bond, if Ice Heart Valley really encountered an unresolvable crisis in the future, Su Yin would not sit idly by. For Ice Heart Valley, this was the best outcome possible. Right, Su Yin, since you obtained Profound Frost Sword, does that mean you've already reached the 12th segment? Luo Li suddenly thought of something and asked nervously. I don't know how many segments I've reached, but that's already the bottom of the frozen pond, Su Yin replied softly. The bottom? Then it's indeed the 12th segment, Luo Li sighed. Luo Li sighed. It seems that with the power of the Ice Phoenix's origin, your future is indeed much brighter than this queen's. She had been working hard for so many years, but had only been able to reach the 8th segment. On the contrary, Su Yin, who had entered the frozen pond for the first time, had directly rushed to the 12th segment, which showed just how powerful the Ice Phoenix source was. Without the Ice Phoenix source, it would have been impossible for Su Yin to accomplish this feat. Since you've reached the bottom, have you seen Ancestral Founder's Origin Essence Crystal? When Luo Li asked this, her expression became even more nervous. Origin Essence Crystal? Su Yin frowned. I haven't seen it. At the bottom, besides the extremely powerful territory field, there was also Profound Frost Sword, but I haven't seen an Origin Essence Crystal. I haven't. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed as she seemed to think of something, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she showed a smile and muttered to herself, it seems the rumors are true, haha, the rumors are true. In the end, she couldn't help laughing, as if she was extremely excited. Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, what does Senior mean? My Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Founder may not be dead. Luo Li's words were shocking. Yang Kai's face changed while Su Yin couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hands. Of course, this is just a possibility, Luo Li smiled lightly. Luo Li smiled lightly. After all, it is impossible for a character as powerful as Ancestral Founder to fall so easily. My Ice Heart Valley's ancient records state that Ancestral Founder left her Profound Frost Divine Sword in the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, but there is no detailed record of whether Ancestral Founder died or not. Since there is no Origin Essence Crystal left behind by Ancestral Founder in the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, it means she may still be alive. Chapter 1662. When a cultivator reached the Third Order Origin King Realm, they would condense an Origin Essence Crystal in their body. An Origin Essence Crystal contained the life experience and martial Dao essence of a peak Origin King Realm Master, so even if the cultivator died, the Origin Essence Crystal would not disappear. Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Founder had left Profound Frost Sword at the bottom of the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, but no Origin Essence Crystal, which was enough to explain many things. She might really not be dead, but even so, she had not appeared for 20 or 30,000 years, so no one knew where Ancestral Founder Bing Yun was or whether she was alive or dead. But for Luo Li, this was undoubtedly extremely exciting news. Luo Li turned her head to look at Yang Kai and sighed slightly. She found that if Yang Kai was really a member of Ice Heart Valley, he would be a blessing. Since he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, too many happy events had occurred. First, Chihua was killed, then Luo Li's injuries healed, and now, profound frost sword had reappeared in this world. What Su Yin had seen and heard also confirmed that the ancestral founder might still be alive. This series of events was excellent news for Iceheart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was a man and could not join Iceheart Valley. What's more, he did not seem to have a good impression of Iceheart Valley. Senior, it's time to go to Brilliant Flame Sect, Yang Kai suddenly said. Luo Li nodded after hearing this. It is indeed time. She looked into the distance with deep eyes. From now on, Scarlet Wave Star would be dominated by Iceheart Valley. A team of 5 pitch-black starships set off from Pure Ice Island, carrying a total of 3,000 elites from Iceheart Valley. Under the leadership of one of the starships, they set off towards Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Iceheart Valley was one of the top sects on Scarlet Wave Star, so it naturally had its own starships. However, Yang Kai found that the best of these starships was only Origin Grade High Rank, while the other 4 starships were only Origin Grade Mid Rank. In terms of quality, they were incomparable to the one Yang Kai owned. It seemed that Origin King Grade starships were extremely rare even in the entire star territory. As a powerful weapon for sieging cities, this trip to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range was to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect, so Luo Li naturally had to use this powerful starship. The disciples of Iceheart Valley also knew what they were going to do this time, and all of them wore dignified expressions as a fierce look appeared on their faces. Countless years of fighting had caused the hatred between Iceheart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect to grow deeper and deeper. Many of their senior sisters had died tragically at the hands of a Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator, and because they were all women, once they fell into the hands of a Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator, their fate would be worse than death. When they learned that Supreme Elder was going to personally lead a group of people to Brilliant Flame Sect, these 3,000 elites took the initiative to sign up and participate in the battle, all of them suppressing their anger until they reached Brilliant Flame Mountain Range and burned their 10,000-year-old enemy to ashes. The speed of the fleet was very fast. Iceheart Valley was 10 million kilometers away from Brilliant Flame Sect, but in just a few days, the 5 starships had arrived at the periphery of Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. In the direction of the main ship, Luo Li stood atop it, looking into the distance. Behind her were the elders of Iceheart Valley. Yang Kai and Su Yin were also mixed in with the crowd. This is Brilliant Flame Mountain Range? Yang Kai looked forward and couldn't help marveling. As far as the eye could see, the mountains rose and fell. The enormous mountain range was like an enormous dragon that was crawling on the ground, and it continued for countless tens of thousands of miles. It was covered in dense mountains, and the end couldn't be seen with a single glance. Moreover, this entire mountain range seemed to contain an extremely rich fire attribute aura. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could see a faint red glow between the mountains. Even the temperature of the world had risen by quite a bit. This is Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. There is a fire dragon earth vein here, which is perfect for Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator, allowing them to rapidly improve their cultivation here. Luo Li did not say anything as Bing Long quietly explained to Yang Kai. But from today onwards, this place will no longer belong to Brilliant Flame Sect, Ran Yun Ting coldly snorted. As soon as her words fell, she suddenly seemed to notice something and cast her eyes down below, stretching out her hand and grasping at the void. Accompanied by a panicked cry, a cultivator wearing Brilliant Flame Sect's robes was pulled up by Ran Yun Ting from somewhere in the forest below and brought to the ship's hull. This man looked to be in his 30s or 40s and didn't have a high cultivation. He was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his fire attribute Saint Chi was completely suppressed by Ran Yun Ting. After landing on the ship and seeing so many beautiful women, this man's heart skipped a beat and he immediately understood what was going on, shouting, "Iceheart Valley, why are you here? You have invaded Brilliant Flame Mountain Range on such a large scale. Could it be you want to start a war with my Brilliant Flame Sect?" "War?" Ran Yun Ting sneered. "When did my Iceheart Valley and your Brilliant Flame Sect ever stop fighting?" The cultivator's expression froze as he was rendered speechless. Indeed, the two great forces that dominated Scarlet Wave Star had never been at war with each other. Usually, there would be constant small frictions between them, but such a blatant invasion of another force's territory had never happened before. What do you want to do? This brilliant flame sect cultivator seemed to have some backbone. Even though he was facing so many masters who were far above his realm, he still dared to question them. What do we want to do? Ran Yunting sneered. Of course we want to flatten your brilliant flame sect. The cultivator's face went pale as he stared at Ran Yunting with wide eyes, seemingly trying to figure out whether she was telling the truth or not. Your cultivation is good, so it seems your status in brilliant flame sect isn't too low. Quickly go back and tell Wei Qing that I, Ran Yunting, have arrived. Tell him to wash his neck clean. Ran Yunting. The cultivator screamed in horror. He had naturally heard of Ice Heart Valley's great elder, but when he turned his head and looked around, he suddenly discovered that the cultivation of each woman was unfathomably high, causing him to subconsciously shout, "My brilliant flame sect has a supreme elder overseeing it. Don't act recklessly." You mean Qihua? Ran Yunting sneered. Qihua is dead. It seems you don't know anything. Supreme Elder is dead? The cultivator's eyes trembled as he cried out, "Impossible! Supreme Elder is an origin king. Which one of you has the ability to kill him? You can ask Wei Qing yourself. This elder doesn't have time to waste with you." Ran Yunting no longer spoke and simply reached out and threw the cultivator off the starship. Midair, the cultivator quickly circulated his Saint Chi to stop himself, glanced up at the 5 terrifying starships, grit his teeth, and hurriedly flew into brilliant Flame Mountain range, apparently to report the news to his superiors. Let's greet them first. That way, they'll be prepared, lest others say that I, Luoli, am bullying the weak. Luoli hadn't paid any attention to what had happened just now, and only after the cultivator had disappeared from her field of vision did she finally speak up. The fleet continued to move forward at a leisurely pace, but an invisible and terrifying pressure slowly enveloped the entire brilliant Flame Mountain range. After an incense stick worth of time, at Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, an uproar broke out. Ice Heart Valley actually launched a large-scale invasion? How dare they? It seems that the lessons they received before weren't enough. Haha, now that they've taken the initiative to come here, it's a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. I heard that the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley are all outstanding beauties. I didn't have the opportunity to capture them before, but now they've delivered themselves to my doorstep. Good, good, good. This old master will capture a few and properly train them. Elder Qi, at your age, you shouldn't have such thoughts, right? This old master is still in the prime of his life. How could he not satisfy a few maidservants? That's true. Those maidservants will definitely submit to Elder Qi's power. A group of elders was very optimistic. When they heard that Ice Heart Valley had taken the initiative to attack, not only were they not worried, they were even a little overjoyed. Thinking of the screams of those tender women from Ice Heart Valley before they died or their struggles as they were ravaged, these elders were in high spirits. Destroying the sacred and ravaging the pure had always been the most exciting thing for men. The women of Ice Heart Valley had always been sacred and pure. Sect Master, please hurry up and deploy our forces. We need to meet those maidservants, an elder said to Wei Qing, who was sitting at the head of the table. Hearing this, Wei Qing glanced over at him, a look of deep worry appearing on his face. Sect Master, you? Wei Qing's demeanor made many elders realize something was wrong, and the noise gradually subsided as everyone looked at him suspiciously. Brilliant Flame Sect's great calamity. Wei Qing sighed. All the elders' complexions changed. Sect Master, what do you mean? The elder who spoke before wore a dignified expression. Although Ice Heart Valley's strength is good, they actually dared to invade my Brilliant Flame Sect. This is a good time to teach them a lesson. How could it be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame Sect? Because the Supreme Elder might have already fallen. As soon as this statement came out, the audience fell silent. After a long time, an elder trembled and asked, "That's impossible, right? Sect Master, are you joking?" At this time, how could this king make such a joke? Wei Qing said seriously, "But how could Supreme Elder have fallen? And Master Luo Hai, wasn't he living with Supreme Elder in the back mountain?" Wei Qing rubbed his forehead, A few months ago, Supreme Elder and Master Luo Hai left Brilliant Flame Sect for Iceheart Valley and have not returned since. That doesn't mean Supreme Elder has fallen. Some people couldn't believe it and still held on to a glimmer of hope, but even they didn't have the confidence to say so. If Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could he not have returned to Brilliant Flame Sect? If Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could Iceheart Valley have come here so aggressively? They obviously knew this information, so they took advantage of this opportunity to attack. It's impossible for Iceheart Valley's Luo Li to kill Supreme Elder, could it be? Master Luo Hai? Someone exclaimed. Only Luo Hai had the ability to kill their sect's Supreme Elder. However, wasn't it rumored that the two of them had a good relationship? Moreover, when Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star this time, he had been a guest in Brilliant Flame Sect, so why would he suddenly kill their Supreme Elder? Chapter 1663. It wasn't Master Luo Hai. Wei Qing shook his head with a heavy expression. Master Luo Hai. He also fell. What? A series of gasps rang out as everyone was shocked. All the elders of Brilliant Flame Sect stared at Wei Qing in shock, the look of disbelief on their faces even more exaggerated than when they heard their Supreme Elder had fallen. The news can't be wrong. I received news from Green Mountain's Star 2 months ago that the Star Master statue of Green Mountain's Star's Master Solard had collapsed and Master Luo Hai's brand aura had disappeared. He has indeed fallen. Calculating the time, it should have happened a few days after he went to Iceheart Valley. Supreme Elder fell, and even Master Luo Hai fell together with him. Who in Iceheart Valley has such ability? On that day a few months ago, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation came from the direction of Iceheart Valley. Could it have happened at that time? Could it be Iceheart Valley's ancestral founder? This old master has heard some rumors before that their ancestral founder is not dead. How is that possible? Iceheart Valley has been a sect for nearly 30,000 years. If their ancestral founder is really not dead, why hasn't she appeared before? What's the point of saying such things now? Iceheart Valley has already launched a large-scale invasion. What we need to do now is discuss how to deal with them. How to deal with them? My Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder has already fallen, so Iceheart Valley's Luo Li will definitely take action. My Brilliant Flame Sect is powerless to resist. Even if it's Luo Li, this old master will go all out against her. Even if I die, I'll take a bite out of her flesh. After learning that Chihua had died, the group of elders no longer felt as optimistic and relaxed as before. Everyone expressed their opinions and views with solemn expressions. Wei Qing sat at the head of the table, not saying a word, as if he was an outsider. After a long time, he raised his hand and the noisy hall quieted down in an instant. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Good, don't quarrel. Wei Qing said faintly, Iceheart Valley has launched a large-scale invasion. Although this may be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame Sect, if we act properly, we may still have a chance to fight them. Luo Li was indeed an Origin King Realm Master. None of us are a match for her, but don't forget that they are attacking and we are defending. We have formations and restrictions that we can use to exhaust their power. Furthermore, rumor has it that Luo Li made a mistake in her cultivation and is suffering from a hidden injury. I'm afraid that she won't be able to display her full strength. That's right, the sect leader is right. Using defense as offense, we have the advantage. Hee. Have you all forgotten that we still have that thing? If that thing were to be released, then, even if it's Luo Li, she'll have to pay for it. Someone laughed strangely, his smile filled with madness and malevolence. The others quickly realized what this person was talking about, and their expressions changed. Even Wei Qing's expression was extremely solemn. After pondering for a moment, he said, That thing cannot be released unless it is absolutely necessary. Pass down my order. All disciples are to prepare to meet the enemy. Today's battle will be between us and the enemy. If there is an enemy, there is no self. All the elders shouted in unison. The 5 starships slowly sailed into the depths of the Brilliant Flame Mountain Range, approaching Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters. Along the way, they encountered some spirit arrays and barriers, but none of them were able to delay the progress of Iceheart Valley's disciples. The starship's crystal cannons simply fired randomly and destroyed these spirit arrays and barriers. Bing Long, go out first and tell the people of Brilliant Flame Sect that this queen is only here to kill their elders. If those disciples wanted to live, they should hurry up and escape. When my Ice Heart Valley starships arrive, those who do not flee will be treated as enemies of Ice Heart Valley and will be killed without mercy, Luoli suddenly said. Yes. Bing Long nodded and flew out alone. Soon, Bing Long's divine sense spread out from the front, conveying the message that only the elders would be killed while the ordinary disciples were advised to flee. The elders of Brilliant Flame Sect felt this message and could not help cursing Bing Long, calling her despicable, vicious, shameless, and despicable. Brilliant Flame Sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and although their cohesiveness was not trivial, in a life or death situation, not everyone could advance or retreat with the sect. In addition, Bing Long deliberately spread the news that old monster Chihua had fallen, which really frightened some Brilliant Flame Sect disciples. Some began to flee from Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Once those who tried to escape were discovered, the elders of Brilliant Flame Sect would kill them as a warning to others. Although this bloody and cruel method temporarily deterred most of the lower-level disciples, as time passed, more and more Brilliant Flame Sect disciples began to panic and began to flee. Streams of light rose from different locations in Brilliant Flame Sect and shot out in all directions. Luo Li's huge divine sense enveloped the entire Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Any cultivator below the Origin Returning Realm was ignored and allowed to flee, but if an Origin Returning Realm cultivator tried to escape, Luo Li would personally kill them. Any Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator with an Origin Returning Realm cultivation had their hands stained with the blood of countless Ice Heart Valley disciples, so Luo Li naturally would not let them escape. Soon, those cultivator with strength below the Origin Returning Realm also discovered this situation and were overjoyed. No longer caring about the dissuasion of their sect, more people began to flee. For a time, the morale of the entire Brilliant Flame Sect fell apart, and no matter how the elders and deacons tried to suppress them, they were unable to restore the situation. Senior Luo Li, I'll head over there first. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to a mountain peak behind Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Luo Li also glanced over and understood what Yang Kai's purpose was, but she did not stop him, simply saying, "Be careful." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Junior brother, do you want me to accompany you?" Su Yin asked. "No need, just stay with Senior Luo Li." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from the starship. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Luo Li's beautiful eyes shrank slightly. It wasn't until this moment that she finally understood why Yang Kai was able to escape from Luo Hai for several months without being harmed. With this strange speed and movement skill alone, an ordinary Origin King would have no way to catch him. Even she herself had not been able to see how he moved just now. Is this the mystery of the Tao of Space? Luo Li showed a look of interest on her face as she tried to figure out what was happening, but no matter how she tried, she could not sense the slightest trace of the Tao of Space. All she could sense was a blur. Sighing slightly, Luo Li withdrew her gaze, knowing that the Tao of Space was not something she could comprehend, so she immediately turned her attention back to Brilliant Flame Sect. Near the back of Brilliant Flame Mountain Range, there was a barren mountain peak about 1,000 meters high that exuded a high temperature. Standing at the bottom of this mountain and looking up, one could vaguely see the bright flames at its summit. This was a volcanic crater, and an extremely unstable one at that. The energy aura emanating from this volcanic crater not only contained a scorching fire domain, but also an overbearing thunder domain. Inside this volcanic crater, there was a fierce aura that was filled with brutality and malevolence that caused one to shudder. This should be it. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain and pondered. This time, he did not intend to intervene in the battle between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect. His goal was Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire. This was a peerless flame that even Luo Li was afraid of. It was rumored that this thing had developed sentience and was extremely difficult to deal with. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the entire volcanic peak was surrounded by large and small barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai cast his eyes towards a certain spot in the void and grinned. Why do you two need to hide? Why don't you just show yourself? As soon as these words fell, a cold snort came from the other side and a ripple appeared in the air as two figures strangely walked out. It was as if these two figures had come from another world. The two people who appeared were both very old with white hair and beards, but their cultivations were third-order origin returning realm. The fire attribute Saint Chi around their bodies was incredibly hot. The one on the left was thin, while the one on the right had dark red skin. Both of them had dignified expressions. Obviously, their status in Brilliant Flame Sect was not low. Boy, who are you? The thin elder stared at Yang Kai and asked coldly. You don't need to know who I am. I just came here to collect this heavenly thunder fire. If two old seniors think it's fine, why don't you tell me how to unlock the spirit array on this peak? Yang Kai looked forward with a smile. Arrogant junior. The thin elder flew into a rage. Is my Brilliant Flame Sect's heavenly thunder fire something you can covet? Since your cultivation has not been easy and you have reached such a high level at such a young age, please withdraw quickly and these two old masters will not embarrass you. He put on a very amiable look, not intending to kill Yang Kai just because he had trespassed into Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. Old sir is too kind. Yang Kai raised his brow as a sarcastic smile suddenly appeared on his face. Stomping his right foot lightly on the ground, he said, Is this what old sir means by not embarrassing me? Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as soon as Yang Kai's right foot landed, the ground suddenly cracked open and a gully appeared from the tip of his foot, spreading towards the two old men. In the middle of this gully, two pure and hidden fire attribute energies gathered and quietly approached Yang Kai, coming to a stop less than a meter away from him. It was as if these two vipers were lying dormant on the ground, ready to attack at any moment. Boy, your eyesight is quite good. Since you've noticed, there's nothing more to say. Trespassing into Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area, die for me. The skinny elder saw that Yang Kai had seen through his trick and didn't hesitate to tear away his hypocritical face and push his Saint Chi, causing the dormant fire attribute energy underground to erupt and transform into a giant flame python that shot towards Yang Kai. Daring to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. Yang Kai laughed loudly as the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed and the terrifying flame python was split in half, transforming into a burst of fluorescent light before disappearing. A powerful enemy. The two old men glanced at each other, their expressions becoming dignified. Chapter 1664. With Yang Kai's dragon bone sword in hand, a thick pressure pulsed from it, like a towering mountain was pressing down on the two old men from Brilliant Flame Sect, causing their expressions to turn ugly. At the same time, they could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon. One each, quickly deal with them. I'll wait for you up ahead, Yang Kai said casually before releasing the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit. Immediately, without even looking at the two old men, Yang Kai stepped forward. With a single step, as if crossing the barrier of space, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, reappearing halfway up the mountain. Bold. The skinny elder's face went livid. Yang Kai's disregard for him angered him greatly, and his figure flickered as he prepared to chase after him. But just as he was about to move, though, a dark stick shadow struck him head-on. This stick shadow was incredibly heavy, as if it weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms, causing even the air around it to tremble. The harsh sound caused the old man's eardrums to sting. The skinny elder's face sank as he hurriedly raised his hand to block, causing flames to burn on his arm. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the flames were extinguished and the skinny elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his figure flying back several dozen meters before he managed to stabilize himself, his face slightly pale as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. With just one blow, he had suffered a small injury. Looking ahead in disbelief, the skinny elder saw a stone puppet less than 3 feet tall standing there. It carried a pitch-black staff on its shoulder, and its bean-like eyes were filled with an indescribable charm. It was looking at the skinny elder as if he was looking at a prey. On the other side, the crisp cry of a bird rang out as the old man with dark red skin stood together with the firebird. High up in the sky, The figures of one man and one bird danced back and forth. Entangling with each other, the power of flames sputtered out into the depths of the void, making for an extremely lively scene. What the hell is this? The skinny elder was stunned. He could vaguely tell that the fiery bird-like existence fighting with his companion was a kind of artifact spirit, but what was the stone puppet in front of him? There were no energy fluctuations coming from its body. However, just that tyrannical power alone was enough to make him extremely fearful. Ayo! The stone mongoose suddenly raised its head and roared. It pounded its chest repeatedly with its fist, producing a dong-dong-dong-dong sound. It was like the sound of a war drum, shaking one's heart. Following the sound, the stone puppet, which was less than 1 meter tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately transformed into a stone giant that was 50 feet tall. The pitch-black staff that it carried on its shoulder also grew longer as its body changed. Another layer of scorching dark red light flowed out from its body. The surface of the stone puppet instantly looked like it was covered in lava armor. The fiery red armor emitted a terrifying energy that made the old man's heart palpitate. In the next moment, the lava giant in leather armor bent its knees slightly, and its huge body shot out like an arrow from a bow, causing the earth to shake. A huge crater instantly appeared on the ground. His vision blurred, and the skinny elder suddenly discovered that the transformed lava giant was already above his head. The huge pitch-black staff swept towards him with the power of lightning, directly sweeping out a crack in space. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in this blow, the thin elder screamed in horror, not daring to meet it head-on. Hurriedly, he used his movement skill to dodge. But even though he dodged quickly, the attack was even faster. Just the aftershocks of this attack caused half of his body to go numb, and he was unable to circulate his Saint Chi properly. Unstoppable! Unstoppable! The thin elder's eyes trembled violently as he instantly realized the gap between him and this lava giant. Before he could finish his thought, the pitch-black giant stick once again came crashing down from above with the force of Mount Tai. The thin elder's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi, he shouted. Summoning a shield-like artifact, he protected himself above his head. Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk as the giant staff smashed down. The shield-like artifact flashed and instantly shattered into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. A force strong enough to split heaven and earth landed on the thin elder's body. Half of his body was directly smashed into dust, leaving a bloody wound where his squirming internal organs could clearly be seen. Even with such injuries, the thin elder did not die immediately. If he had enough pills, he might have been able to restore his body. However, the fear that welled up from the depths of his heart made him lose all will to fight. Staring at the giant pitch-black staff sweeping towards him, only one thought flashed through his mind. What the hell is this? At the end of his life, the last scene he saw was his companion being swallowed by the firebird, howling miserably. As the giant staff swept past, pieces of flesh flew out and the entire world became clear. A ball of thunder fire flew out from the thin elder's corpse, and the firebird artifact spirit opened its mouth wide, sucking in this ball of thunder fire like a whale sucking in water, letting out a satisfied cry. On top of the volcano, Yang Kai stood mid-air, overlooking the ferocious volcanic crater from above. As far as his eyes could see, he could clearly see the surging red magma inside. The temperature of this volcano was so high that even an ordinary Origin returning realm master would find it difficult to bear. Any cultivator below the Origin returning realm would be burned to death in an instant. The artifact spirit flew to Yang Kai's side, and the stone mongoose transformed back into its harmless appearance, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar and sitting on the firebird artifact spirit's back. So fast, you're a bit too violent, Yang Kai grinned. The stone mongoose scratched its head, looking like it didn't know what it had done wrong. But the artifact spirit let out a cheerful cry. Xiao Xiao, come back first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put away the stone mongoose, leaving only the firebird artifact spirit behind. The firebird hovered around Yang Kai, letting out crisp cries from time to time, seemingly extremely excited. Several times, it even wanted to rush directly into the volcano's crater. Accompanied by its cries, a booming sound came from inside the volcano, as if responding to the firebird's provocation, showing no signs of weakness. You felt it too, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the volcano's crater and grinned. The firebird responded hurriedly. Are you its opponent? Yang Kai asked again. The firebird was silent for a while before letting out an even louder cry. Good, since that's the case, I'll wait and see. But are you sure you want to do this? This is cutting off all means of retreat. Either you succeed or you die trying. The firebird responded with a loud cry again. I understand what you mean, then. I wish you good luck. Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression before waving his hand. A huge artifact refining furnace appeared. This was the artifact refining furnace that gave birth to the firebird artifact spirit, something Yang Kai had brought out from the 5th layer of the Lu Yin Sandfield's Earth Lung Fire Vein. This was the firebird's vessel. If this artifact refining furnace was damaged, the firebird would also die, without the slightest suspense. Since obtaining the firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai had basically not used this artifact refining furnace. Firstly, it was for the sake of the artifact spirit's safety. Secondly, there was no need to use it. But this time, he had no choice but to use this artifact refining furnace. With this vessel, the strength of the artifact spirit could be increased by at least 20%. As soon as the artifact refining furnace appeared, the firebird opened its mouth and swallowed it. Yang Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his left eye had become a golden light. Demon Eye of Annihilation. The vertical golden pupil seemed to contain endless majesty, causing those who saw it to shudder. He looked down. Everything that he couldn't see before was now presented before his eyes. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, so with the help of this demon eye, Yang Kai immediately discovered the huge spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater. A stream of pure energy. Like shackles, this octagonal formation sealed the entire volcano's crater. This spirit array not only blocked the flow of energy inside the volcano, but also sealed the freedom of the creature hiding inside. Yang Kai observed carefully, and after a short while, his eyes flashed as he gently drew the dragon bone sword in his hand and poured his Saint Chi into it. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Go! Yang Kai threw the dragon bone sword out. With a dazzling green light, the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon and bombarded a certain spot in the void. The octagonal spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater shook slightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground. An unbearably hot aura immediately leaked out from this crack, as if it was trying to incinerate the world around it. Enter! Yang Kai shouted. The firebird artifact spirit turned into a stream of light and rushed into the crack, Yang Kai following closely behind. The octagonal spirit array shook slightly. It repaired itself and continued to seal the huge volcano's crater. Inside the spirit array, Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he hurriedly circulated his Saint Chi to resist the pervasive heat. The firebird shot into the volcano's crater. As far as the eye could see, the magma inside the volcano was churning, and within the crimson magma, there were faint traces of blue lightning slithering about like silver snakes. Stimulated by the firebird artifact spirit, a terrifying aura was slowly awakening, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening. The artifact spirit rushed into the magma and disappeared. A moment later, an astonishing amount of willpower suddenly broke out and transmitted a message that made all living beings submit. A trivial artifact spirit dares to challenge this king's majesty? Ignorant ant, tremble before this king's might. Yang Kai's body shook as he stared down in amazement, as if his eyes could penetrate the thick magma and peer straight into the depths of the earth. The rumors were indeed true. Brilliant Flamesect's heavenly thunderfire had indeed developed sentience, and its sentience was not low. It was even clearer and more complete than the firebird. It could already clearly transmit its thoughts, while the firebird obviously did not have this ability. The firebird's situation was worrying, causing Yang Kai to suddenly worry. Before coming here, He did not expect the heavenly thunder fire to have evolved to such an extent. He thought it was similar to the Firebird, but now it seemed that the heavenly thunder fire was definitely superior. Below the volcano's crater, an astonishing battle of willpower erupted. This was the battle between the Firebird artifact spirit and the heavenly thunder fire, the resulting shockwaves causing the world energy aura of Brilliant Flame Sect to become chaotic. Chapter 1665. In front of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, Ice Heart Valley's elites, under the leadership of Luo Li, broke through countless layers of defensive barriers and directly arrived at the heart of the sect. 5 starships lined up high in the sky, black crystal cannon muzzles vaguely pulsing with energy as they aimed down, conveying a message of death and destruction. Atop the starship, Luo Li looked down indifferently while the elders of Ice Heart Valley stood valiantly on either side of her. 1,000 meters below, there was a square where many of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders had gathered, led by Wei Qing, all of them looking up with ugly expressions. Between the two groups of people, there was a fiery red light barrier. This was Brilliant Flame Sect's final defensive barrier. Once it was broken, Brilliant Flame Sect would become completely undefended and Ice Heart Valley's forces could do whatever they wanted. After staring at each other for a long time, Wei Qing shouted, "Senior Luo Li, does Ice Heart Valley want to fight my Brilliant Flame Sect to the death?" "Yes," Luo Li responded. Wei Qing laughed. "Being able to trouble Senior Luo Li to personally take action is an honor for my Brilliant Flame Sect, but does Senior think my Brilliant Flame Sect is a soft persimmon that can be crushed at will? Junior advises Senior that if you don't want everyone to die together, please withdraw quickly, otherwise, Senior will regret it." "Are you threatening this queen?" Luo Li's cold eyes pierced towards Wei Qing like a sharp knife, causing even someone as strong as Wei Qing to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Feeling shocked, Wei Qing cupped his fists and said, "I wouldn't dare." Wei Qing is the sect master of Brilliant Flame Sect, so naturally, he must consider the tens of thousands of sect's disciples. Senior's cultivation is profound, and no one in my Brilliant Flame Sect is your opponent, but wanting to destroy my Brilliant Flame Sect? It won't be easy. I know what you're relying on. Luo Li suddenly smiled slightly. To be honest, this queen also has a headache dealing with that thing. Unless absolutely necessary, this queen is unwilling to confront it. It's good that Senior understands. Wei Qing's face relaxed slightly. He thought Luo Li was beginning to hesitate. Unexpectedly, Luo Li smiled again. "However, this time, I am only responsible for dealing with you. That thing will naturally be dealt with by someone else, so you should hurry up and surrender. I don't want to bully the weak. Cripple your own cultivations. This consort can spare your lives." Wei Qing was enraged. Just as he was about to say something, his knowledge suddenly tumbled. An astonishing and terrifying will was transmitted from a certain direction, sending a message that made his hands and feet go cold. "A mere acquired artifact spirit dares to challenge my authority? Reckless ants, tremble before my might." As soon as this will was transmitted, a battle of wills broke out at the volcano behind the mountain, causing people to change their expressions. Everyone could feel it clearly at this moment. The complexions of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders changed drastically as they stared towards this direction. "Who dares provoke the heavenly thunder fire?" An elder from Brilliant Flame Sect exclaimed. "Has it started?" Luo Li narrowed her eyes. She had underestimated Yang Kai's speed. She had thought that she would have to wait for a long time before Yang Kai would use the heavenly thunder flame. However, she had not expected that just as she had arrived at the other party's doorstep, Yang Kai had already taken action. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Cripple your own cultivations, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll break through this last layer of defense and kill you all." At this moment, Luo Li's cold and aloof temperament had become aggressive. The grievances between the two forces were too deep, and it had reached a point where there was no one else but the enemy. Wei Qing's expression fluctuated as he sensed the heavenly thunder flames were coming from the restricted area. He knew that he could no longer count on his last hope, but it was impossible for him to cripple his cultivation. A cultivator's life was a struggle against the heavens and against fate. Every time a cultivator broke through, It was like crossing a wooden bridge with thousands of men and horses. Countless people were stopped before a new realm. Wei Qing had spent 300 years to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was a master who had high hopes of breaking through to the Origin King Realm. How could he be willing to cripple his cultivation? Instead of struggling at death's door, it was better to fight with his life and win a slim chance of survival. Fight them, Wei Qing roared. The group of brilliant Flame Sect's elders obviously had the same idea. They knew that with the grievances between the two forces, even if they begged for mercy, there would be no end to it. As such, as soon as Wei Qing shouted these words, many of the elders began pushing their Saint Qi and summoning their artifacts to attack the 5-star ships. Courting death, Luo Li's face turned cold as she stretched out her hand and gently tapped the air in front of her. This wave of her finger did not seem to carry the slightest aura as a crystal snowflake with 6 petals flew out from her fingertip and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, these 6 snowflakes grew to the size of the sky and covered the entire square. A coldness that made people tremble fell from the sky. Ice ceiling thousandly. Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the others suddenly shouted in unison. Everyone's Saint Qi overflowed endlessly from their bodies, gathered together, and pushed forward. Wherever this Saint Qi passed, the earth began to freeze. Snow began falling from the sky. Every snowflake contained a frightening energy fluctuation. When they landed on the fiery red barrier, they seemed to have a corrosive property, corroding small holes in the impregnable barrier. The ice ceiling concept spread through these holes towards the center of the square. The weaker brilliant flame sect disciples were turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Wei Qing was filled with grief and indignation, knowing that brilliant flame sect was doomed this time. With Luo Li guarding this place, none of them were a match for her. Originally, they could rely on the sealed Heavenly Thunder Flame to prevent Luo Li from attacking them, but now that the Heavenly Thunder Flame was entangled by someone, they couldn't rely on it. Moreover, looking at Luo Li's appearance and aura, where was the slightest trace of injury? She was clearly in her peak condition. Was Brilliant Flame Sect really finished? Wei Qing's eyes were filled with darkness, as if there were dark clouds covering his vision, preventing him from seeing the slightest light. Below the volcanic crater, Yang Kai landed on a red rock that had an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai had to use his Saint Qi to protect his body from being burned. The magma in front of him was tumbling and roaring as 2 different life auras fought at the bottom of the magma. From time to time, the roar of the heavenly thunder fire and the cry of the firebird could be heard. It seemed that both sides were evenly matched. But as the master of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai was unable to resist. Yang Kai was keenly aware that the firebird was somewhat lacking. The degree of its evolution was not as good as the heavenly thunder fire, and the conditions for its birth were not as unique. The artifact spirit was born from an Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace in the Earth Lung Fire Vein after tens of thousands of years. As for this heavenly thunder fire, it had existed since the beginning of time and had grown stronger over time. It was one of the purest forms of energy in the world. Even with the assistance of the artifact refining furnace, the firebird was gradually falling into a disadvantage. It was time to give it a helping hand. Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged on the rock. Summoning the stone mongoose again, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with it. An illusory shadow suddenly burst out of Yang Kai's mind. In terms of appearance, it was no different from Yang Kai himself. But this shadow was not real. Soul projection. It was the soul avatar that was leaving his body. The soul avatar flickered. Then, he plunged into the magma and went deeper into the magma. Soul projection was an extremely dangerous action. Once it was done, one's physical body would be in a defenseless state. That was why Yang Kai had summoned the stone mongoose. Moreover, the soul was an extremely fragile and sensitive existence. Without the protection of a physical body, it was easy for it to be damaged. What's more, this was the scorching hot volcanic crater. The soul of an average person would not even be able to approach it. If it did, it would be burned to ashes by the scorching heat. But Yang Kai was different. His spiritual energy was a variant of his conflagrated knowledge C, which came from the same source as the magma. This scorching firepower, which even Origin Kings feared, could not pose the slightest hindrance to him. It didn't take long for Yonkai's soul avatar to reach a depth of 10,000 meters underground. The surrounding environment was getting hotter and hotter. Deep underground, there was a grotesque battlefield. On this battlefield, the 300-foot-long Firebird artifact spirit was swaying gracefully as it fought against a huge, reddish-purple shadow. This shadow was somewhat humanoid, but it was suspended in the void and had no legs. Instead, it had tentacle-like arms that floated back and forth, filling the entire space around it. On the head of this shadow was a huge eye that exuded a heart-palpitating light. Rich fire attribute energy lingered around its body while purple arcs of lightning danced across its body, symbolizing the violent power of thunder. Heavenly Thunder Fire. Yonkai stared blankly, not having expected the Heavenly Thunder Fire's true form to be like this. However, it was undeniable that the Heavenly Thunder Fire's destructive aura was enough to make one shudder. Its tentacle-like arms swept about, covering the entire battlefield with their attacks. If the Firebird was accidentally brushed by one of these tentacle-like arms, the light radiating from its body would weaken slightly. It was as if the Firebird's source strength was being seized by the Heavenly Thunder Fire. The Firebird was not to be outdone, and every time it found an opportunity, it would rush to the Heavenly Thunder Fire's side, open its mouth, and bite down. With each bite, the Firebird's stolen source strength would be restored. These two strange creatures were using this special method to seize the other's existence, trying to devour the other's strength. The scene of their battle could only be described as earth-shattering. However, Yonkai keenly discovered that behind the Heavenly Thunder Fire, there were 8 golden energy chains that locked its body and imprisoned it here. These 8 chains gave off the same aura as the octagonal spirit array at the mouth of the volcano. It seemed that the existence of these 8 chains greatly limited the strength of the Heavenly Thunder Fire. If not for this, the Firebird would not have been its opponent at all. Considering all this, Yonkai was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of strength the Heavenly Thunder Fire could display without the shackles of this spirit array. Was it a second-order Origin King or a third-order Origin King? Who was it that used the Grand Divine Technique to bind it here? Chapter 1666. However, the current situation was actually good news for the Firebird. With the 8 chains restraining the Heavenly Thunder Flame, the Firebird was barely able to put up a fight. As soon as Yonkai appeared on this battlefield, the Heavenly Thunder Flame noticed him, and its huge single eye suddenly flashed a bright light that converged into a beam of light that shot towards Yonkai. Another ant, but it's just the right thing to do. It's your honor to become stronger. The Heavenly Thunder Flame's voice boomed, causing the entire world to tremble. A devouring force descended on Yonkai, and the beam of light seemed to contain an irresistible force that seemed to want to swallow Yonkai's soul avatar. Yonkai coldly snorted as his spiritual energy burst out like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as Yonkai broke free from the suction force, shattering it into nothingness. An ant dares to resist my will? Unforgivable. The Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to be enraged, and a thick, tentacle-like arm swept towards Yonkai with the force of a thunderbolt. Asteriskly. The Firebird cried out and spat out a pillar of fire from its mouth, blocking Yonkai's path and repelling the tentacle. Yonkai stood there indifferently, observing carefully, not in a hurry to take action. For the time being, he didn't know how to deal with a strange creature like the Heavenly Thunder Flame. Now that he was here in his soul avatar, his physical body was still inside the volcanic crater, so he couldn't use his Saint Chi to help the Firebird fight. The only thing he could use was his spiritual energy. He didn't want to alert the enemy. As the tentacles swept out from all directions, the Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to realize how important Yonkai was to the Firebird and shamelessly gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead focused on protecting Yonkai. The Firebird could only passively defend. Yonkai's sudden arrival. This seemed to make the Firebird's situation even worse. With Yonkai as the center, the two strange existences once again began fighting. As time passed by, The Firebird's aura gradually weakened while the heavenly thunder flame remained as fierce as ever, showing no signs of weakening. Here it is. I am the ruler, and all of you ants have to submit to me. The heavenly thunder flame's will was transmitted again. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. Feeling Yang Kai's joy, the Firebird's aura also became much more invigorated. A dazzling light burst out from its body, and it once again tangled with the heavenly thunder fire. They devoured each other's energy. I've already seen through your tricks. Today is the day you die. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He suddenly stretched his hand forward. A strange energy fluctuation shot out. It isolated the space around the heavenly thunder flame. That was the power of space. Although Yang Kai's soul avatar could not use the Saint Chi of his physical body, his attainments in the Tao of space were still perfectly fine. He cut off the connection between the heavenly thunder flame and a certain direction with spatial power. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to be startled for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed across its single eye. It actually gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead launched a frantic attack on Yang Kai. Sure enough, Yang Kai laughed. The heavenly thunder flame's actions confirmed his guess. Not hesitating any longer, Yang Kai sent out a mysterious space force from his soul avatar and spread out, gradually forming another cage. In just a dozen breaths of time, this cage had taken shape. The invisible space cage had isolated the heavenly thunder flame from the outside world and shrouded it together with the Firebird. This cage had no effect on the Firebird, but it posed a fatal threat to the heavenly thunder flame. The heavenly thunder flame could no longer absorb energy from the surrounding environment to restore itself. Yang Kai observed for a long time and found that the heavenly thunder flame had an invisible connection with the surrounding magma and the scorching heat underground. No matter how much of its essence was devoured by the Firebird, it could quickly restore itself. On the other hand, the Firebird had no such advantage. This was not surprising, though. After all, this was the place where the heavenly thunder flame was trapped. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so it naturally knew how to take advantage of its surroundings to create advantages for itself. As for the cage formed by the Tao of space, this advantage had been shattered in an instant. Let's go together. It can't restore itself now. Yang Kai shouted to the Firebird, and his soul avatar approached the heavenly thunder flame uncharacteristically. You think you can deal with me with ant-like means? Without the help of the outside world, you are no match for me. None of you are a match for me. The heavenly thunder flame growled disdainfully. Then let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yang Kai sneered and shouted, Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly flashed with golden light, and a vertical and narrow golden pupil immediately appeared. From this pupil, a beam of light containing mysterious power shot straight towards the heavenly thunder flame's huge eye. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body shook and it roared as if it had been injured. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of purifying one's soul. The heavenly thunder flame had developed sentience and a soul, so it was naturally suppressed by the demon eye of annihilation. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body twisted as its countless tentacle-like arms wildly swung about, as if it wanted to collapse the entire space around it. The Firebird rushed up, opened its mouth, and bit down on the heavenly thunder flame's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed into the Firebird's body through its mouth. The heavenly thunder flame's momentum rapidly declined. I want you dead. You ants have angered me. The heavenly thunder flame roared as its tentacles flew back, wrapped around the Firebird's body, and threw it far away. Immediately after, it turned its single eye towards Yang Kai, and a murderous and destructive aura descended on Yang Kai. From the Firebird's single eye, a beam of light that was able to resist the golden light of annihilation shot towards Yang Kai. It was conceivable that once this beam of light enveloped Yang Kai's soul avatar would be reduced to nothingness. Blossoming Lotus, Yang Kai shouted. In the golden pupil of his left eye, a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it swayed slightly. Then, it disappeared. But in the heavenly thunder flame's eyes, the lotus flower had rushed into its knowledge sea. Using the heavenly thunder flame's natal soul as its source, the lotus flower madly swallowed and began to slowly bloom. Every time it bloomed, its soul would wither a little. When the lotus flower bloomed halfway, the heavenly thunder flame's body began to sway, as if it was drunk, and its originally solid body became somewhat illusory. Yongkai felt like his head was going to split open, and he could barely suppress it. He let out a miserable howl. In order to deal with the heavenly thunder flame, he had almost instantly released all of his spiritual energy just to condense that lotus flower. The effect was gratifying. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and had no spare energy to deal with him. A low roar of anger and a painful howl came from the heavenly thunder flame's mouth. The firebird took the opportunity to break free from the several tentacles and opened its mouth wide. The natal artifact refining furnace suddenly appeared. Under the firebird's crazy urging, the artifact refining furnace began to spin, and an amazing suction force came from the mouth of the furnace. The heavenly thunder flame's already swaying body could not resist the pull of this force and gradually floated towards the artifact refining furnace. No! The heavenly thunder flame roared madly, but it was useless. The lotus flower planted in its soul by the blossoming lotus secret technique had consumed more than half of its spiritual energy and could no longer resist the firebird's attack. It howled miserably. The heavenly thunder flame was sucked into the artifact refining furnace like a wisp of smoke. The firebird turned its head and glanced at Yongkai. Yongkai covered his forehead, looked at each other, and gently nodded, sending an encouraging look. The firebird flapped its wings, turned into a ball of fire, and wrapped the artifact refining furnace, and then sank into the magma below. Their battle was not over yet. The next battle would be inside the artifact refining furnace, but different from before, it would be the firebird's home field. It would definitely have the advantage. Yongkai was unable to interfere. He believed that when the firebird appeared again, it would bring him a pleasant surprise. Turning his head, Yongkai looked around. Yongkai did not remain in place and immediately left, his soul avatar returning to his body. Opening his eyes, Yongkai saw the stone mongoose looking at him with concern. After casting it a reassuring look, Yongkai immediately took out some spirit pills. Stuffing them into his mouth, Yongkai closed his eyes and began refining them. Time passed by. The tearing pain in Yongkai's mind gradually disappeared. With the help of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy was restored extremely quickly, and after a day, he was completely fine. Moreover, after this battle, Yongkai found that the strength of his spiritual energy had actually increased. This was good news. A fragrant wind blew from behind, and without turning his head, Yongkai smiled lightly. "Congratulations, Senior. Ice Heart Valley is now the dominant force on Scarlet Wave Star. It can be said that you have dominated this star. Congratulations." Luo Li's faint voice came from behind. This queen has no intention of dominating anything. Everything she did was to settle some grievances. If Brilliant Flame Sect is not destroyed, many people from Ice Heart Valley will die in the future. Yongkai nodded lightly. This statement was in line with Luo Li's intentions. But this time, it is all thanks to you, young man. If it weren't for you restraining the heavenly thunder flame, my Ice Heart Valley would not have been able to act so smoothly, Luo Li said gratefully. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. Yongkai slowly shook his head. What about those from Brilliant Flame Sect? Those above the Origin Returning Realm were all killed. Those below the Origin Returning Realm who killed Ice Heart Valley's disciples were also killed. As for the others, they were all crippled and released, Luo Li replied. Senior is too kind. You want to say that this queen is too soft-hearted, right? Luo Li smiled lightly. I wouldn't dare. Senior has her reasons for doing so. This junior does not dare criticize, Yongkai said lightly. Luo Li smiled and said, if you want to say it, say it. It's just that Brilliant Flame Sect has tens of thousands of disciples. If I were to kill them all, the heavens would not allow it. Yongkai nodded and no longer said anything. A cultivator should act in accordance with their heart. Luo Li was not a murderous person, so if she really went against her heart and killed all of Brilliant Flame Sect's disciples, It may affect her temperament and be detrimental to her. Although releasing those disciples seemed a bit benevolent, it was in line with Luo Li's heart. Chapter 1667. Young man Yang, where is the heavenly thunder fire now? Luo Li asked curiously. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the bottom of the magma. It's still there at the moment, but it won't be long before it disappears. Luo Li's body shook as a look of horror flashed across her beautiful eyes. She naturally knew the ferocity of the heavenly thunder fire, but listening to Yang Kai's words, he actually had the means to extinguish it, which was beyond Luo Li's expectations. In her opinion, Yang Kai might have the ability to restrain the heavenly thunder fire so that she could deal with brilliant flame sect freely. As such, after dealing with brilliant flame sect's matters, she immediately rushed here to help Yang Kai. She had never thought that there would be nothing for her to do here. Young man Yang's means are truly heaven-defying. This queen truly admires you. Luo Li sincerely admired him. Even if she took action personally, she wasn't confident she could extinguish the heavenly thunder fire, but Yang Kai seemed to have such ability. Senior is too kind. Since there is nothing to do here, this queen will not stay any longer. Young man, if you have free time, please visit my Ice Heart Valley as a guest. Ice Heart Valley will surely welcome you with open arms. There will be an opportunity, Yang Kai said noncommittally. Luo Li didn't hesitate and quickly left. After Luo Li left, another person flew down from the volcano's crater and sat down beside Yang Kai, exuding a refreshing cold aura. It was Su Yin. Turning his head, Kai Yang reached out and grabbed one of her small hands. Holding it in his palm, he gently played with it. Su Yin didn't speak, just wearing a quiet smile on her face as she stared at the tumbling magma in front of her, leaning her head on Yang Kai's shoulder with a look of satisfaction on her face. The senior sister and junior brother pair seemed to have finally had time to enjoy each other's company. Junior brother, where are we going next? After a long time, Su Yin asked. Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star? Where is that? Shadowed Star is far, far away, but it is much better than today's Tongxian realm. Although there is a strange world principle suppression there, it is very suitable for the people of Tongxian realm to develop. We have a high heaven sect over there, sitting on a treasure trove. Yang Kai described the beauty of Shadowed Star one by one, causing Su Yin to yearn for it. In the vast star territory, the territory was limitless. It didn't matter where she went as long as she had this man by her side to accompany her. Even if it was the ends of the earth, it would still be his home. At this moment, Su Yin felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The battle between the Firebird and the heavenly thunder flame seemed to have lasted for a very long time. Yang Kai and Su Yin sat at the mouth of the volcano for half a month, but the battle below had yet to decide a winner. On the other hand, Bing Long came and gave Yang Kai a lot of space rings, all of which contained the wealth of brilliant flame sect. Precious ores, herbs, finished artifacts, pills, martial arts books, hundreds of millions of saint crystals, all in one go. The list went on and on. This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to destroy brilliant flame sect in one fell swoop thanks to Yang Kai. So naturally, they didn't dare take all the wealth they had plundered from brilliant flame sect's headquarters. After receiving instructions from Luo Li, Bing Long personally divided the huge wealth into two, one for Ice Heart Valley while the other for Yang Kai. This was an expression of goodwill from Ice Heart Valley, an attempt to mend the relationship between them. Yang Kai understood this in his heart and naturally did not refuse, quickly accepting the space rings. Now that he had brought tens of thousands of people to Shadowed Star, he needed a lot of cultivation materials. The wealth of brilliant flame sect was enough for the people of Tongxian realm to use for 10 or 20 years. Although Yang Kai did not leave the mouth of the volcano, he could still detect the movements of Ice Heart Valley's people. After brilliant flame sect was destroyed, this brilliant flame mountain range became ownerless, and the people of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Obviously, it was not suitable to open a branch here. However, Ice Heart Valley had many affiliated sects, and these days, some of them had moved to brilliant flame mountain range to reoccupy this treasured land. None of this had anything to do with Yang Kai. To Scarlet Wave Star, he was just a passerby. While waiting, Yang Kai and Su Yin talked about everything that had happened to each other over the past 30 years. Every little thing they talked about made the other party listen with great interest. From time to time, they would meditate and cultivate. The two of them found that when they cultivated together, their cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than when they were alone. The Saint Chi between them flowed endlessly, like a surging river, madly absorbing the surrounding world energy and pouring it into their bodies. Time flew by, and half a month later, the two people who were cultivating seemed to sense something and opened their eyes at the same time to look down. Down below, the roaring magma was actually calming down, and the terrifying heat around them was also decreasing at a noticeable rate. The flowing magma even seemed to be solidifying. It was as if something was absorbing all the heat from this volcanic crater. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he faintly guessed what was happening and began watching expectantly. Half a day later, the situation became more and more obvious. The temperature at the volcanic crater had dropped to its normal state, and even if an ordinary person who had never cultivated came here, they wouldn't feel much discomfort. The roiling magma in front of them had already begun to show signs of solidification. An aura was rapidly rising from the depths below. This aura was familiar to Yang Kai, causing a smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. Show. A beam of red light shot out from below, and the firebird, which was about 10 meters long, suddenly floated in midair. Its entire body was a dazzling fiery red, and on its body, purple lightning flashed, exuding a domineering and destructive aura. Yang Kai raised his brow as he stared at the firebird in surprise, feeling the powerful aura coming from its body and secretly feeling shocked. The firebird had undoubtedly successfully swallowed the heavenly thunder fire and obtained a soul evolution. After this evolution, the firebird was no longer the same as before. Was it at least 10 times stronger? Yang Kai felt a pressure from the firebird that only an Origin King could give him. Was the firebird now comparable to an Origin King? Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Screech! The firebird raised its head and let out a crisp and clear cry. It seemed to be very excited as well. Immediately, its figure began to spin as it folded its wings, and its entire body underwent an earth-shattering change in a very short time. The other had a fiery figure. A beautiful woman with fluttering red hair suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbfounded in an instant. Looking around, the beautiful woman who appeared in front of him was simply unbelievably beautiful. Her delicate face was decorated with flawless facial features and slender willowy eyebrows. She had a delicate jade nose and thin, tender red lips that shone with a ruby-like luster, causing one's imagination to run wild. Her seductive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and two beautiful legs that descended from her thighs. Her snow-white jade-like feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yin was also surprised and covered her mouth with her small hands. Immediately, she seemed to remember something and smiled towards Kai Yang, her eyes filled with deep meaning. How did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved firebird and asked somewhat incoherently. Greetings, master. The firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all as passionate as her fiery figure and indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. The firebird nodded and thought for a moment before saying, After fusing with that guy, I can speak now. I can already speak. Why? Does Master not like me like this? Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times as he caught a glimpse of Su Yin looking at him with interest from the corner of his eyes, causing him to feel a little guilty. Of course. I've followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so... Shut up. Yang Kai was furious and took a deep breath before turning to look at Su Yin and saying in a serious tone, This is slander, senior sister. Please don't take it seriously. Su Yin smiled sweetly and said, Naturally, I believe in Junior Brother. Then, it's my fault. Firebird thought seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yin. Greetings, mistress. Little girl has good eyesight. Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards the Firebird. Su Yin smiled and stepped forward, taking the Firebird's hand and saying, You don't need to be so polite. I can see that you're quite young in your current form, so from now on, let's call each other sisters. And you followed Junior Brother for so many years, so you must know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women. The Firebird frowned and replied with some reluctance. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still preferred the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that the Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, Junior Brother, now that she's in human form, does she have a name? Su Yin didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to the Firebird. Do you want to have a name? A strange light flashed across the Firebird's eyes as she quickly said, I ask Master to grant me a name. A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yin. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Attractive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and two beautiful legs. Snow-white, jade-white feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yin also covered her mouth in surprise, but immediately seemed to think of something and smiled sweetly towards Yang Kai, her eyes filled with deep meaning. How did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved Firebird, somewhat incoherent. Greetings, Master. Firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all like the passion of that fiery figure, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Firebird nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, After fusing with that guy, I can speak now. What's wrong? Master doesn't like me like this. Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times, glancing at Su Yin from the corner of his eyes and seeing her looking at him with interest, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Of course. I've followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so… Shut up. Yang Kai was furious, taking a deep breath, turning to look at Su Yin and saying seriously, This is slander, senior sister. Please don't take it seriously. Su Yin smiled sweetly and said, I naturally believe in Junior Brother. Then, it's my fault. Firebird thought about it seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yin. Greetings, mistress. This little girl has good eyesight. Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards Firebird. Su Yin pursed her lips and smiled, stepping forward and taking Firebird's hand. You don't need to be so polite. I can see that you're not very old, so we'll call each other sisters from now on. And you followed Junior Brother for so many years, so you should know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women, Firebird replied with a frown, a somewhat reluctant look on her face. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still liked the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, Junior Brother, she now has a human body. Does she have a name? Su Yin didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to Firebird. Do you want to have a name? Firebird's eyes flashed with a strange light as she quickly said, Please grant me a name, Master. A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yin. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Chapter 1668. The pitch-black Origin King grade starship sailed deep into starry skies territory, moving in a certain direction without needing anyone to control it. Inside the starship, only a small number of cultivator monitors the surrounding movements. Yang Kai was not here, but had entered the sealed world bead. This was a journey home. Shadowed Star was the new home of these people from Tongxian realm. It had been a year since they left Scarlet Wave Star, and over the past year, the starship had been sailing safely and smoothly according to the route drawn by Yang Kai. Occasionally, they would encounter some small troubles, but with the help of the crystal cannons, the road ahead was unimpeded. With the tyrannical power of the Origin King grade starship, not many people could afford to provoke it. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and Xianing Chong were constantly refining pills, spending a lot of financial and material resources to improve the cultivation of the people from Tongxian realm. The overall strength of the human, monster, and demon clans had skyrocketed, and Saint Realm cultivators could be found everywhere. The top masters of the three clans had now reached the second or third order Saint King realm, their strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This was a process of accumulation. The situation of Tongxian realm and Shadowed Star was different. The former was due to the lack of world energy, which limited the cultivation of cultivators, while the latter was due to the suppression of world principles. Now, inside the small sealed world, the world energy was rich, and the supply of cultivation materials was abundant, so the cultivator from Tongxian realm could naturally develop and improve their strength. Yang Xiuzhu and the others also explained the mysteries of cultivation to them, so it would be strange if they did not make rapid progress. Every day, the atmosphere inside the sealed world bead was jubilant, and every day, someone would break through their shackles and advance to the next level. Yang Kai gave special treatment to his closest relatives. Everyone had selfish motives. Yang Kai was no exception. His parents, Grandmaster, Ancestral Founder, his martial uncles, the old demon, and so on. All of them were personally refined by Yang Kai, using all kinds of heaven-defying pills to transform their physiques, clear their meridians, and thoroughly enhance their potential and aptitude. At a window on the second floor of a palace, there was a beautiful figure standing by the window. A gentle breeze brushed past, ruffling her hair. She stared blankly at the square in the distance. Her gaze was fixed on a handsome young man. Her gaze was gentle. There was also a trace of nostalgia in the depths of his eyes. "Sister Qiu." Suddenly, a shout came from behind her. Qiu Yiming withdrew her gaze and turned around to see a pair of twin sisters, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. "You've come?" Qiu Yiming smiled slightly and collected her thoughts. "Sit down." Hu Jiao looked at her thoughtfully. He looked out of the window again. When he saw the busy figure in the square, he suddenly sighed. "It seems like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if I can catch up to him in this lifetime." "That's right. The more I cultivate, the more I feel like the distance between us is growing." Hu Mei's expression also dimmed. Qiu Yiming pursed her lips and smiled. "Why are two little sisters so discouraged? The secret art you two cultivate is at least much better than this elder sister's. Now, you've both reached the second-order Saint King realm while this elder sister has only just entered the Saint King realm. That being said, I heard that he has already reached the third-order Origin returning realm." Hu Mei showed a worried look. "The only ones who can accompany him now are only Su Yin and Su Yin. I don't know how they cultivated, but both of them have already reached the Origin returning realm. A few days ago, Xianing Chong broke through to the second-order Origin returning realm. Just thinking about it makes me angry. They have their own opportunities. We just need to work hard on our own. Don't try to catch up to him, just don't fall too far behind him." Qiu Yiming persuaded. Elder Sister Qiu's heart is really firm. Hu Jiao looked at Qiu Yiming with admiration. Qiu Yiming smiled and said, "Since we chose to leave Tongxian realm with him, we should have this kind of heart. If we feel despair, we might as well stay on Tongxian realm and become the overlords. What do you think, two little sisters?" Hu Jiao and Hu Mei glanced at each other and nodded solemnly. "Good. Enough with the small talk. Come with me. I have also made an appointment with the other young talents of the monster race and demon race. This time, The younger generation of our three clans will have a good competition. Only through competition can people grow. Xiao Ming got up and beckoned to the two women, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air quickly followed. The days inside the sealed world bead were calm and uneventful. Time flew by, and soon, another year had passed. One day, Yang Kai was dual cultivating with Su Yin, their palms pressed together as their Saint Qi flowed freely through each other's bodies. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes. What's wrong? Su Yin also opened her eyes and asked suspiciously. We seem to have arrived, Yang Kai grinned. Have we finally arrived? Su Yin was also quite happy. It was such a long journey. Shadowed Star is very remote. If it weren't for the Origin King grade starship, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Come with me. Good, call Ning Cheng as well. After informing Xianing Cheng, the trio's figures flickered and appeared inside the starship. Immediately, a High Heaven Sect disciple stepped forward and reported, Sect Master, Shadowed Star is up ahead. We've finally arrived home. His expression was one of excitement. Unlike the people from Tongxian Realm, he was a disciple of the Haiku family and was born on Shadowed Star. This time, he had been out with Yang Kai for at least 7 or 8 years, so naturally he missed home. Please give us your instructions, Sect Master. The High Heaven Sect disciple respectfully asked for instructions. Go.
Yes.
The next moment, the starship quickly flew towards the huge cultivation star, and after a quarter of an hour, it entered the atmosphere and the enchanting scenery below immediately entered their eyes. Yang Kai did not let the starship continue to sail and instead took Su Yin and Xianing Cheng away, put the starship into the sealed world bead, and directed his star shuttle to descend. The Origin King grade starship was too ostentatious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai did not want to expose it to the eyes of the world. Su Yin and Xianing Cheng had just arrived, so when they felt the rich world energy aura here, both of them wore looks of pleasant surprise as they breathed in the air with exaggerated excitement. Junior brother, what city is that down there? It's so big. Xianing Cheng pointed to the city below and asked. This? I'm not too sure. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had spent a lot of time on Shadowed Star, the entire Shadowed Star was simply too big, so he naturally couldn't recognize every city. Xianing Cheng pursed her lips and smiled, no longer making things difficult for Kai Yang. Oh! Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he carefully observed the outline of the city below and laughed. I know where this is. Where is this? This is Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai pointed down. Look over there. Do you see a mountain range? When I first came to Shadowed Star, I settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Later, this place was besieged by many people, and after a great battle, Dragon Cave Mountain was destroyed, so we migrated to the current High Heaven Sect. Following the direction of his finger, Su Yin and Xianing Cheng really saw a dilapidated small mountain range. Perhaps because Yang Kai had once stayed here, the two women looked at this mountain range with eyes full of affection. It's really fate, Su Yin said with some emotion. When Yang Kai first came to Shadowed Star, he had landed here, and on his return this time, he had inadvertently come to this place as well. The trajectories of history were amazingly overlapping. It really is fate. Come, follow me down. I know the City Lord of Heavenly Fate City, so I can borrow his space array. Yang Kai waved his hand and rushed down. Heavenly Fate City's City Lord was Fei Ji too, and if not for his injury causing his cultivation to fall, he would have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai just like Qian Tong. After so many years, Yang Kai wondered if Fei Ji Tu's cultivation had recovered. When Yang Kai was still weak, Fei Ji Tu had taken good care of him, something Yang Kai had always remembered. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere down below. Junior brother, someone is fighting. Su Yin noticed and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction she was pointing. But suddenly his expression shook and he came to a stop, his expression becoming strange. How could it be them? Although they were separated by several hundred kilometers, with the strength of Yang Kai's current divine sense, he was able to instantly detect the identity of the two parties involved in this battle. It turned out to be Shadow Moon Hall's disciples Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. These two were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous young talents throughout Shadowed Star. After so many years, the cultivation of these two seemed to have improved greatly, and when they joined forces, they were able to display terrifying combat power far surpassing that of the First Order Origin returning realm. However, the other side they were fighting was even more powerful. There were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, and there was even a Third Order Origin returning realm master among them. They had surrounded Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, not giving them any opportunity to escape. How could it be them? Yang Kai was puzzled. This place was near Heavenly Fate City and was within Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were the future pillars of Shadow Moon Hall. The former was the disciple of the old hall master, while the latter was Qian Tong's disciple. Their identities and statuses were extraordinary. Who would dare attack these two in Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence? Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was not quite right, as if something big had happened on Shadowed Star during the years he had been away. "Junior brother, do you know them?" Su Yin asked. Let's go take a look." Yang Kai's face became calm as he led Su Yin and Xiaoning Chang over. A few hundred kilometers away, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were fighting a bloody battle, their opponents 5 Origin returning realm masters. Even though Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's combat strength was quite good, they were still outnumbered. On top of that, they seemed to have experienced a lot of battles recently, causing their Saint Qi to be weak and their auras to be somewhat unstable. If it weren't for the moon-like artifact floating above Wei Guchang's head, these enemies would have already swarmed up and killed the two. The moon-like artifact, stimulated by Wei Guchang's secret technique, exuded a soft light that transformed into a myriad of illusions, capable of both attacking and defending. At every critical moment, it saved Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's lives. Chapter 1669. Although this moon-like artifact had unfathomable power, Wei Guchang was constantly using it, consuming a lot of energy. During the battle, he had stuffed a number of pills into his mouth, hoping to restore his Saint Qi, but the effect was not as significant as he had imagined. The 5 Origin returning realm masters besieging Yang Kai and Dong Xianer were somewhat hesitant to attack, so they didn't directly attack them. Instead, they simply circled around them, consuming their physical strength and Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to capture them alive. Not far away, a Third Order Origin returning realm master stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Wei Guchang as he shouted, "Martial Nephew Wei, don't be stubborn. Hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate and Martial Uncle will spare your life." Bah! Wei Guchang spat, and although his appearance was extremely distressed, his face was filled with contempt. "Xieli, you used to be an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, but now you're so greedy and afraid of death. Not only did you collude with evil monsters to harm the sect, but now you're willing to become the dog of that bastard. Haha. If you want me to hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate, come and get it yourself." Wei Guchang's entire body was bathed in blood, but he still did not change his heroic nature of the past. Xieli's expression became cold as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Wei Guchang's words had undoubtedly poked at his sore spot. Taking a deep breath, Xieli did not explode on the spot and instead continued to persuade, "Nephew Wei, you are also a hero of your generation. Don't you know that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Today, Shadowed Star is a place where the glory of Shadow Moon Hall and the other great sects is gone forever. Martial Uncle sees that you are young and ignorant and does not want to bother with you too much. Hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate and you can leave. Otherwise, even if you die, won't you consider Xian's safety? At such a tender age, if she dies here with you, don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt?" Wei Guchang's expression changed slightly. After the fierce battle, he turned his head to look at Dong Xianer, the blood-red look in his eyes instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It was undeniable that Xieli was a cunning old fox. With just a few words, he had disintegrated Wei Guchang's momentum. Dong Xianer clenched her silver teeth and shouted, "Brother, don't listen to his crazy words. He is no longer our martial uncle. Xian can live and die with Big Brother in this life. I can die without regrets. No matter what, I cannot hand over the heavenly moon's silver plate. Xian Wei Guchang called out softly. At that moment, Xieli's eyes flashed and he, who had been biding his time, suddenly pushed his pure Saint Qi and pointed towards Wei Guchang. A dark ray of light. It shot out from his fingertips and hit Wei Guchang's chest while he was distracted. Wei Guchang's body shook as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura quickly weakened, and he staggered back over 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Big brother. Dong Xin'er was shocked. She let out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, causing one to shed tears. A ferocious look flashed across Xieli's face as he laughed. Smelly brat, you dare to fight with this old master? Let's see if you can survive this time. Kill him for me. Despicable. Wei Guchang gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Seeing several enemies arrive in front of him, the brilliance of many artifacts and secret techniques blooming and enveloping him, he was unable to use his Saint Qi to defend himself. The full moon-like silver plate that had been suspended above his head also dimmed, unable to play the slightest role. Death was beckoning to him. Strangely, Wei Guchang's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in the direction of Dong Xin'er, his eyes filled with guilt and distress. Behind Dong Xin'er, two other origin returning realm cultivator bombarded her back with violent attacks. Dong Xin'er smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became bright and colorful. Before death arrived, the two did not speak, just a simple exchange of glances, and they knew that each other was satisfied. They were not born in the same year, month, and day, but they could die in the same year, month, and day. What else could they ask for? Wei Guchang stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xin'er, and Dong Xin'er also stretched out her jade-white hand. The two hands clasped mid-air, as if their bodies and minds had become one. Immediately, the two hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for death to arrive. The horrified screams of the enemies echoed in his ears. There was a violent energy fluctuation and the sound of bones breaking. The expected death didn't come as expected. Wei Guchang frowned and opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a familiar face standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Guchang was stunned, his eyes widening in an instant, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard to confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion, Wei Guchang cried out, "Brother Yang." The person standing next to him was Yang Kai. Wei Guchang's heart pounded wildly. Yang Kai had left Shadowed Star long ago for the vast star territory, something Wei Guchang knew, because he had heard Fei Zhitu mention this more than once, and every time he did, Fei Zhitu would wear a look of regret and regret. If his cultivation had not fallen, he could have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and experienced the wonders and wonders of the star territory. But at that critical juncture, something happened to him and his cultivation fell. In the end, from the Shadow Moon Hall, only Qian Tong left with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been gone for 7 or 8 years without any news from him, so no one knew whether they were safe in the star territory or not. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai had magically appeared and saved his brother and sister's lives. Since Yang Kai had returned, what about Elder Qian? Wei Guchang hurriedly turned his head to look around, but apart from discovering 2 unknown but astonishingly beautiful women, he did not see any trace of Elder Qian. Wei Guchang's heart sank. Elder Qian is fine. Brother Wei need not worry. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, quickly comforting him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Wei In. You're still as elegant as ever. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Wei Guchang grinned, the blood at the corner of his mouth making him look even more ferocious. Brother Yang, are you making fun of this Wei? I wouldn't dare. Brother, let go of me first. Dong Xin'er's voice reached Wei Guchang's ears like an ant. Startled, Wei Guchang remembered that he was still holding Dong Xin'er tightly and had not let go even now. The soft body in his arms was rapidly heating up, and the fragrant breath in his ear made Wei Guchang feel inexplicably restless, but the fullness of her chest made him even more reluctant to let go. Brother and sister, although they had been deeply in love with each other for a long time, the two had not done anything too intimate for so many years. This time, If it were not for the fact that they were in a life and death crisis, they would not have been able to do this. Gently letting go of Dong Xian'er, Wei Gucheng scratched his head. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Yang. Dong Xian'er stood to the side with a red face and lowered head, not saying a word. Su Yin and Xiaoning Cheng looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother Wei and Miss Dong are true friends in times of need. This Yang is very moved. How could he make a fool of himself? Yang Kai said seriously, then raised his eyes and looked forward, lightly saying, What's going on? I've been gone for so many years, but something big seems to have happened in Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Wei Gucheng's expression became cold. It's not just Shadow Moon Hall. All of Shadowed Star has been turned upside down. It's hard to explain in a short time, but this person was one of the elders of Shadow Moon Hall and held great power in his hands. But now he has surrendered to the enemy and is committing all kinds of crimes. He even killed the old temple master and imprisoned City Lord Fei. Killed the old temple master and imprisoned City Lord Fei? Yang Kai looked shocked. Yes, little beast, so it was you. Opposite him, Xieli stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of hatred, as if Yang Kai had some kind of irreconcilable grudge against him. Throwing his head back and laughing wildly, this old master has searched high and low for you for so many years only to find you by chance. This old master has been looking for you for so many years, but now you've delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good. Today this old master will kill you and avenge my dead child. Do you know me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Xieli roared, nearly 10 years ago. Xiahong died at your hands. Do you still remember him? Xiahong? Yang Kai frowned, but immediately remembered. You mean the Xie family's young master who led his men to attack me in the Luyan desert? Yes. So, you are Xiahong's father, Xiebli? Yang Kai understood the other party's identity. It is this old master. Today is the day I take revenge for my dead child. Little bastard, do you have anything to say? Xieli gnashed his teeth and roared, his eyes turning red like a mad beast, causing those around him to shudder. Yang Kai sneered, Xiahong's death is entirely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. You murderer. You actually dare to twist words and force logic? Good. Since you say so, you can only blame yourself for dying today. You can't blame anyone else, Xieli shouted hysterically. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. Old man, you're wrong. I won't die today. The one who will die will be you. Xieli laughed. Ignorant brat. You think this old master will listen to your nonsense? Whether you listen or not has nothing to do with me. Forget it. Since this is a matter of the Shadow Moon Hall, it's not good for me to intervene. So I'll let Elder Qian clean up the house. Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with Xiebli anymore, so he communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed Qian Tong, then reached out and pointed forward. Elder Qian? Wei Gucheng heard this and looked around with a happy expression. Where is Elder Qian? Is my master also here? Dong Xian'er also looked surprised. He is. Yang Kai grinned and a mysterious power burst out from his fingertips, gradually forming a vortex in front of him. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xian'er's eyes were attracted, nervously and expectantly watching as an old figure walked out of the vortex. Qian Tong. What is this? Xieli's expression changed slightly as he stared at the strange vortex, unable to understand how Qian Tong came out of it. The vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unable to understand it. But soon, his eyes focused on Qian Tong, his face full of fear. Chapter 1670. As the great elder of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong had great prestige in Shadow Moon Hall for many years. The old hallmaster was in retreat all year round in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong was almost equivalent to half a hallmaster. Coupled with his extremely high cultivation, Xie had always been very wary of him. Now that he saw Qian Tong appear, Xie instinctively took a few steps back, a look of fear on his face. But soon, he stopped moving with a ruthless look on his face. Yes, 10 years ago, he was indeed not Qian Tong's opponent. After all, he was a minor realm below him in terms of cultivation. But now, he dispelled the deep-rooted fear of Qian Tong in his heart and replaced it with eagerness. "Oh, we're home?" Qian Tong walked out of the vortex and saw Heavenly Fate City not far away at a glance. He laughed and said, "We're finally home." This old master was too bored staying in that damned place. Although the sealed world bead was peaceful and rich in world energy, there was still something missing, making Qian Tong feel uncomfortable. Now that he was back in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong was in a good mood. Good, good, good. Chang'er, Xian'er, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. You're actually about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. HM? How did you get hurt? Qian Tong's face sank and a thunderous anger appeared on his face. Who hurt you? He was still aware of the current situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er both stared at Qian Tong in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, the two knelt down at Qian Tong's feet. Elder Qian, disciple failed to protect Shadow Moon Hall. Please punish me, Elder. Wei Guchang pressed his forehead to the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. Master, please punish me. Dong Xian'er also knelt on the ground, sobbing softly. Even in the face of an enemy several times stronger than himself, even in the face of death, the brother and sister didn't even frown. But now, when they saw Qian Tong, their firm will finally crumbled. They were like children who had been wronged and saw their parents. Qian Tong also realized something was wrong at this moment and swept his eyes around coldly. Wei Wei's gaze paused on Xiechun. She had a vague guess, but she did not pursue the matter immediately. She raised her hand and helped Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er up. She said in a low voice, "Get up and talk. Shadow Moon Hall, what happened?" Qian Tong's face was calm. However, it was like the eve before a storm, causing an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere to appear in this world. The Shadow Moon Hall has been destroyed. Wei Guchang replied bitterly. Destroyed? Qian Tong's face sank. Who did it? Tell me in detail. Yes. Wei Guchang nodded respectfully. He then explained the changes that happened in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. 2 years ago, a great change suddenly occurred on Shadowed Star. A mysterious force emerged and crazily suppressed all the great sects and families on Shadowed Star. Anyone who did not submit would be killed. For a time, all of Shadowed Star was in a reign of terror. Countless cities were reduced to ruins overnight. Hundreds of millions of lives perished. Whales filled the world as corpses piled up into mountains. Blood flowed freely. Soon, the claws of that mysterious force reached out to Shadow Moon Hall. In the face of such a powerful force, the leaders of Shadow Moon Hall did not know what to do. Shadow Moon Hall was divided into 2 factions. This was revealed when Qian Tong was still on Shadowed Star. In the face of a crisis, this division became even more serious. In the end, the pro-surrender faction led by Xiechun emerged victorious. Xiechun and the others launched a sneak attack on the old Temple Master and some of the leaders of the pro-war faction, causing Shadow Moon Hall to suffer heavy casualties and fall apart. Overnight, Shadow Moon Hall changed owners. Xiechun became the new Temple Master of Shadow Moon Hall and submitted to the mysterious force. The high-level cultivator who supported Qian Tong in the past was almost completely exterminated. Fei Ji too, who was in Heavenly Fate City, was also imprisoned. Only a few elites managed to escape from Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were called by the old Temple Master the night before the incident. The old Temple Master told them to take the sect's hallowed treasure, the Heavenly Moon silver plate, and leave Shadow Moon Hall. Over the past 2 years, the two of them had been hiding their identities and running around, living an extremely difficult life. The reason why they appeared near Heavenly Fate City this time was to rescue Fei Ji. Tuesday, Xiechun sent out news that Fei Ji too, who refused to submit, would be beheaded in Heavenly Fate City today as a warning to others, so Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er had no choice but to appear. Even if they knew that this was a trap, the two of them jumped in without hesitation. The old Temple Master is dead. Old Fei is imprisoned. Qian Tong's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his towering anger. What about High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Hall suffered such a disaster, but did High Heaven Sect not help? If High Heaven Sect really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu had helped him a lot. The reason why Fei Zhitu's cultivation had fallen was also related to Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, High Heaven Sect had Yi Shiyun in charge, and with Yi Shiyun's temperament, it was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. High Heaven Sect has reinforcements. Many of the disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into High Heaven Sect to take refuge. Moreover, Great Elder Yi has also sent a number of Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters. But what? But they were not their opponent, and several of them died. So they had no choice but to return, Wei Gucheng said sadly. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even Qian Tong had a look of disbelief on his face. The Origin returning Realm Masters dispatched by High Heaven Sect were definitely masters from Star Emperor Mountain. So how could they not be their opponent, and several of them even died? It was impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to be so powerful. Corpse Spirit Religion has countless masters, and it is rumored that they even have an Origin King Realm Master. High Heaven Sect's disciples were killed by one of their Origin Kings, Wei Gucheng explained. Corpse Spirit Religion was the name of the mysterious force that had just risen. Impossible. Qian Tong had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star, and 4 of them at once. How was this possible? This place was suppressed by the mysterious world principles, so no Origin King Realm Masters had been born here for tens of thousands of years. If not for this, Qian Tong and the others would not have followed Yang Kai on this voyage. But now, Wei Gucheng was actually telling them that 4 Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star. None of them could accept this. Disciple has only heard rumors, so Disciple does not know the real situation. Wei Gucheng's expression dimmed, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he said again, right? Great Elder Yi should be clear about this. What do you mean? Yang Kai's expression changed. It is rumored that Great Elder Yi once encountered 2 of these 4 masters, and after a fierce battle, she was seriously injured and returned to High Heaven Sect, where she is still recuperating. Yi Shiyun was seriously injured. This was extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong glanced at each other and inferred some useful information. The 4 masters in the rumors. They should not be Origin Kings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiyun to escape unscathed from 2 of them. As long as one of them took action, Yi Shiyun would have been easily killed. But in fact, Yi Shiyun had only escaped with serious injuries. However, the strength of the other party was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyun's cultivation had reached the limit of the Origin returning realm, and if it were not for her being unwilling to leave Shadowed Star, she would likely have been an Origin King by now. The other party only dispatched 2 masters to injure Yi Shiyun, so it seemed that they were masters on the same level as Yi Shiyun, perhaps even stronger. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong fluctuated as they quietly digested the information Wei Gucheng conveyed. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years, such a huge change had occurred on Shadowed Star. What the hell was this Corpse Spirit Religion? Why had it been so obscure before? Why had it suddenly appeared? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about High Heaven Sect. Today, High Heaven Sect can be regarded as the last pure land on Shadowed Star. Although it is heavily surrounded, no one can attack it. Wei Gucheng saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly comforted him. I know that, Yang Kai nodded. Regarding the safety of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai was not worried. Outside High Heaven Sect, there were 3 blazing flame rings, each of which was an Emperor artifact. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came in person, it would be impossible for them to break through the defenses of the 3 blazing flame rings. Many people who are unwilling to submit want to escape to High Heaven Sect, but Wei Gucheng sighed. He and Dong Xin'er also wanted to enter High Heaven Sect, but unfortunately, there were too many enemies on the periphery and they had no chance at all. For the past 2 years, they had been forced to hide here and there, living a very difficult life. Are you done chatting? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the side. Xiechen. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not attacking or stopping Wei Gucheng from divulging information, but now he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head and looked at him with a cold expression and sharp gaze. Xie Chen's heart jumped, but he forced himself to calm down and sneered, "Great Elder Qian. Long time no see." Xie Chen. Qian Tong took a deep breath. It seems that this old master was too merciful back then. I thought that since we were both from Shadow Moon Hall, killing each other would only weaken Shadow Moon Hall. So when the Xie family rebelled, this old master let you go. But I never thought that my past mercy would lead to today's misfortune. This old master will not be able to absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. Ha ha ha. Xie Chen laughed wildly. Qian Tong, you're about to die, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yes, you did make this old master fear you back then, and you also had the ability to kill me. But since you didn't do so, you no longer have the chance. Today, this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm master and Shadow Moon Hall's temple master. You are no longer my opponent, Qian Tong. Out of consideration for your great contributions to Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master can spare your life. As long as you are willing to submit to corpse spirit religion, this temple master will restore your position as great elder. Qian Tong looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes obvious. Yang Kai was also amused by Xie Chen. Xie Chen was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago, yet he dared to challenge the current Qian Tong. It seemed that he really didn't know how to write the word death. Chapter 1671. Seeing Qian Tong not speaking, Xie Chen thought he was afraid. So he became even more arrogant and shouted, "Qian Tong, a wise man submits to circumstances. Corpse spirit religion has 4 origin kings and will soon unify Shadowed Star. Don't be stubborn. As long as you are willing to submit, this temple master can put in a few good words for you. With your cultivation, you will be valued no less than this temple master's." Qian Tong let out a long sigh, his tone bleak as he glanced over at Xie Chen faintly. "You said that corpse spirit religion has 4 origin king realm masters?" "Yes." Xie Chen grinned meaningfully and nodded. "Do you know what the origin king realm is?" "The origin king realm?" Xie Chen paused for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. This realm had been passed down on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, and the world only knew that it was a realm higher than the origin returning realm, but when Xie Chen really spoke about it, he didn't know how to describe it. After all, he had never seen it before. Unable to help becoming angry out of shame, Xie Chen roared, "Do you know?" Qian Tong looked at him faintly and did not speak, then stretched out his hand towards Xie Chen, grasped the air lightly, and withdrew it. Xie Chen instinctively stepped back and pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier, but the storm of attacks did not reach him and there was not even a single scar on his body. He also did not notice any trace of Saint Qi surging from Qian Tong's body. "Qian Tong, you dare fool this temple master?" Xie Chen flew into a rage, his face alternating between red and blue. "You're dead. Since you and I both came from Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master did not want to kill you. But since you don't put this temple master in your eyes, no one can save you today. Kill him." Xie Chen roared his last sentence at his subordinates. When Yang Kai saved Wei Guchang earlier, he keenly noticed that these people were all from Shadow Moon Hall. Before he figured out the truth of the situation, he didn't kill them. All he did was shake them away from Wei Guchang. These people were fine, and now they had all recovered. Hearing Xie Chen's order, the group of 6 or 7 origin returning realm masters hesitated. Xie Chen was afraid of Qian Tong, but so were they. Although everyone's strength had increased after joining the corpse spirit religion, Qian Tong's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. At this time, it was impossible for them to make a move against Qian Tong. They were undoubtedly very nervous. Palace Master, you..." Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something shocking. He pointed at Xie Chen in horror and shouted loudly. The others looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Horror appeared in their eyes and they couldn't help but pull away from Xie Chen, avoiding him as if he was the plague. "What's wrong?" Xie Chen was still a little slow to react. When he looked down, his expression changed drastically and he cried out in horror. "What's going on?" He suddenly discovered that his arms were filled with energy. At the base of his legs, there was a wave of energy running rampant. This energy could be seen with the naked eye, but there was not the slightest fluctuation. This energy was like a locust that tore a small hole in Xiechen's body and drilled into it. Throughout this process, Xiachen didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Xiachen felt his hair stand on end. He felt a chill run down his spine, almost causing the soles of his feet to cramp. Asterisk pong pong pong. Asterisk 4 explosions rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Xiachen's hands and feet exploded into a bloody mist. Only his short upper body remained as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Xiachen's expression twisted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The traders of Shadow Moon Hall also looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a nightmare. Xiachen roared like a wounded beast. Without his hands and feet, he looked both comical and miserable, as if he had suffered some kind of cruel torture. This palace master is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. No one can do this except for an origin king. This palace master doesn't believe it. Xiachen had obviously suffered a huge blow and looked like he had gone mad. As soon as he spoke these words, his entire body froze. Staring at Qian Tong in a daze, fear finally filling the depths of his eyes as he muttered, "Origin King Realm. You're already an Origin King?" If Qian Tong was not an Origin King, it would have been impossible for him to be reduced to this state with just a wave of his hand. If Qian Tong was not an Origin King, Xiachen would definitely have been able to fight back. "You're not too stupid," Qian Tong said indifferently. "What? Great Elder is already an Origin King?" Wei Guchang was stunned. Dong Xian covered her mouth with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, her originally dim eyes once again shone with light. Origin King Realm. Had Honored Master actually reached the legendary realm that had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years? If this was the case, then the Shadow Moon Hall could be saved. Dong Xianer's tender body trembled as tears overflowed from her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she thought of all her brothers and sisters who had died tragically in front of her. All of you should be able to rest in peace now. Honored Master has now reached the Origin King realm and will soon be able to avenge all of you by killing all those murderers and giving you justice. Asterisk Putong. Asterisk the several Origin returning realm traders in the Shadow Moon Hall knelt on the ground, all of them staring at Qian Tong in horror, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Great Elder, this subordinate was wrong. This subordinate knows his wrongs. This subordinate asks Great Elder to spare this subordinate's life. Great Elder, this subordinate was forced to do this. This subordinate's wife and daughter are in the hands of those bastards. This subordinate had no choice but to collude with them. This subordinate asks for Great Elder's judgment. Great Elder, please spare our lives. Let us live. Great Elder is merciful. Please let us go. Qian Tong looked at them with disgust and hatred before taking a deep breath and asking, Chang'er, Xianer, have they ever killed any of my Shadow Moon Hall's loyalists? Yes. Wei Guchang's eyes were burning with anger as he replied in a deep voice. Vicious enemies were not hateful. What was hateful were these traitors who aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Wei Guchang had seen these traitors kill his former compatriots more than once. Good. Qian Tong's clothes fluttered without any wind as his monstrous anger spread out like a tsunami, completely drowning the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall. Since you've already killed them, there's nothing left to say. Saying so, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and pointed at these traitors. Silently, these traitors froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone's face showed a pained look, as if they were enduring some unbearable torture. A moment later, boom, boom, boom. Loud noises rang out, and without exception, the traitors all exploded and died. Their souls were destroyed. The only one left was Xie Chun, who had lost all his limbs, his meridian shattered, and his cultivation crippled. Kill me! Kill me! Xie Chun roared in a low voice. In his current state, He would rather die. After cultivating for nearly 100 years, Xiachen was met with such retribution because of a single mistake. Killing you is letting you off too easily. Qian Tong was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the blood from flowing from Xiachen's wound. He reached out and lifted him up, taking large strides towards Sky Fortune City. Chang'er, Xian'er, come with this old man to save your martial Uncle Fei. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er looked at each other and followed excitedly. They knew that Qian Tong was truly angry this time. Otherwise, with his past temperament, he would never have acted so viciously. Killing someone was nothing more than a simple matter, but he had forcibly saved Xiachen's life and used pain and fear to torture his body and mind. It seemed that Qian Tong was going to make a big fuss this time. Let's go and take a look, Yang Kai called out to Su Yin and Xianing Chong. I owe a debt of gratitude to City Lord Fei. Since he is Junior Brother's benefactor, we must save him, the two women replied in unison. Inside Sky Fortune City, security was tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, as if they were guarding against something. And in a certain square inside Sky Fortune City, Fei Jitu's hair was disheveled, his body was shackled, and his hands and feet were heavily shackled. He looked terrible, and there were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. It was unknown whether he had been sealed or his cultivation had been crippled. But even though he was down and out, he still stood straight. Around the square, countless residents of Sky Fortune City had gathered. These people were all looking up at Fei Jitu, standing on a high platform, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Fei Jitu had been Sky Fortune City's city lord for many years, and although he had not done a perfect job, he had still been able to empathize with the people and protect the safety of Sky Fortune City. But ever since Corpse Spirit religion took over, Sky Fortune City had been in complete chaos. Countless children had disappeared inexplicably, and countless beautiful girls had been abducted. As long as the people of Sky Fortune City showed any signs of resistance, they would immediately be punished and suppressed. Compared to the days when Fei Jitu was the city lord, life now was simply torture and hell. So, they missed the days of those days very much. However, today was the day Fei Jitu would be beheaded in public. Corpse Spirit religion wanted to use this to warn all of Shadowed Star how miserable the fate of those who resisted would be. Not far from the high platform where Fei Jitu was standing, there were several high-ranking members of Shadow Moon Hall. In the past, Fei Jitu had some dealings with them and even called Fei Jitu brothers. But now, they were gathered around a young man in a purple robe who looked very luxurious, fawning over him. This young man was not very old, only about 17 or 18 years old, but his face was abnormally pale and there was a faint cold aura around him that made people feel very uncomfortable. If one got close enough, one could even smell a faint rancid smell coming from his body. At this moment, he was sitting under the scorching sun and seemed to be a little irritated. From time to time, he would look up at the sun in the sky and curse under his breath. One of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall noticed this and immediately waved his hand, "Bring in the blood food." As soon as he gave the order, a Saint King Realm cultivator rushed over from nearby. This cultivator carried a child in his hand and rushed to the high platform in a single step. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.